pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Secretary Valerio Noak, can you please call the roll?
Ms. Santini?
Present.
Mr. Wilson?
Here.
Mr. Maynard?
Here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did that out of order.
It's all right.
Mr. Powers?
Present.
Ms. Valerio Nauk? Present. And Ms. Wilson?
Present, thank you. Also in attendance, we have Alex Hitro, Director of Communications. I think that's it. So before we get started, the chair has a couple of statements to make. I'd like to, or the chair welcomes those that are present in the room and those that are live streaming the meeting. Your valuable time spent during the board meeting is greatly appreciated. As school board members, it should be our ultimate responsibility to ensure that every decision supports student success. Effective board members govern ethically, collaborate respectfully, and always keep the focus on what matters the most, the well-being and achievement of all students. We should be mindful of the vital role we play in serving our students, district, and community, and doing so to the best of our ability. My next statement: for transparency to the board, the chair has received access to the previous president's email, mainly for business continuity. As we move into our agenda, the superintendent and the board president recommend the board approves the agenda as amended to include Thank you. 1AD Speech and Language Pathologist Agreement to be added to the agenda as number 8. Is there a motion?
I have a motion to amend the agenda for this evening. My motion is to place as the first order of business what has been referred to in common parlance as board reorganization, otherwise known as re-election of the officers of the Board of Education of Clintondale Community Schools.
I second it.
Is there discussion?
Yes. I want to speak in support of the motion. The whole point of this board is to act in solidarity and in union and in unity and in harmony for the best interests of the district, which includes first and foremost the best interests of the education of the children. I have been on this board for some 34 months along with Brother Maynard, Vice President Maynard, and I'm not bragging to say that Mr. Maynard and I have the greatest amount of seniority and experience on this board. That's just a fact. And I don't apologize for it. I'm not bragging, but it is a fact. The first meeting of the calendar year, some of us, a majority of us, felt that new blood would be important, and it would be a good idea to give somebody else a chance at the leadership. And so, as everybody recalls, Felicia Kaminsky was elected as the president of our board. Many important things happened quickly in the wake of that appointment. Shortly after her appointment as the new chairman, before she could even really get up and running, we had the tragic death of Michael Manning, our dear brother and trustee and former trustee for many, many years, and was an excellent asset to the board. That was a huge loss for us. And so we quickly appointed Ms. Wilson, who now sits as chairperson. But there have been a number of other important material changes in the makeup of the district since Ms. Kaminsky's appointment. Not the least important of which was the appointment of a new board member to fill the vacancy created by Mr. Manning's the loss of Mr. Manning creating that vacancy. And after many months of discussion and effort, eventually the MISD, when the board was at a stalemate, the MISD appointed Trustee Zantini to take that seat, which was a fantastic development for the district, and she served with honor and impeccable integrity and honesty and transparency and courage. So that was a great addition to the board. But unfortunately, even greater material changes have taken place since Ms. Kaminsky had been elected. The first thing was on September the 8th, which for the very first time, I, for one, and I think all the other members of this board were shocked to learn that some important part of the political process had been removed. That being that the ability and the right of one single member of the board to place an item on the agenda for the next regular meeting, so long as it was germane to the business of the district and so long as it received a second. It was always a part of our bylaws, policies, and custom and practice dating back for time immemorial that was a fact. And Ms. Kaminsky sprung it upon us at that meeting that that was no longer the case, that had been omitted from the one of the sweeping changes of the bylaws and the policies, and so there was no longer the ability or the right of a single member to put something on the agenda. On the other hand, the chairman, Ms. Kaminsky at the time, had 100% discretion and power, interpreting the powers of her office, to do that without any second. She, along with the superintendent, would make the agenda, and she did not require a second. She didn't require a vote of 3 other board members to put it on the agenda. We, on the other hand, coming to the meeting, could only raise an addition to the agenda to get it on if we had a motion made at a public meeting without any notice to any of our brothers and sisters, so it was going to be sprung upon them through no fault of our own, because we couldn't give advance notice. It would require a second, and then it would require a vote of a majority of those qualified to vote. In the normal case, 7 members. It would require 4 members to get an item on the agenda. So if the chairman, on the one hand, doesn't need anything other than his or her own discretion to put something on the agenda, whereas the remainder of us require 4 votes to get it on the agenda, that effectively elevates the status of the president's vote from 1 vote to 4 votes. In other words, the president has the power of 4 votes to our 1 vote. And this is the democratic process, democracy, American democracy, the constitutional system has always been 1 man, 1 vote, 1 woman, 1 vote. And now, because of that change, we have 1 man or 1 woman, 4 votes, and the remainder of us, 1 vote. And if you do the math, it might be even more powerful than that. That was a sea change in the way that we did business, and a huge divestment of power of the board, and a huge exaltation of the power of the chair. Nothing in the law, nothing in the bylaws, nothing in the policy that says that. The chairman is limited simply to helping with clerical matters involving the agenda and running the meeting and presiding over the meetings, and that's it. The chair does not sit as a superintendent over the superintendent, does not manage the day-to-day affairs of the district, does not involve the operations of the district. That is solely the province of the superintendent. That was a sweeping change. Another sweeping change that I did not know about until midway through the meeting on September the 8th, as Ms. Kaminsky announced, to the great surprise, suddenly and with no expectation whatsoever, that we're not necessarily going to follow any parliamentary procedure at all. Whether it be Robert's Rules of Order or Sturgis Rules of Order or any other generally accepted rules to ensure fairness, that a majority rule at a meeting, but with respect to the minority, giving the minority the opportunity to try to convince the other members of the board, that was taken out from under us on the idea or on the suggestion that when there were some sweeping changes in the bylaws and the policies recommended by the Thrun law firm to update laws and so forth, that somehow did not carry over. It was somehow omitted by clerical error. That was simply an oversight. Nobody on this board ever made a judgment about the wisdom of having parliamentary procedure or no parliamentary procedure. And so that was taken out from under us. Without any parliamentary procedure, then it's just chaos. The rule is there are no rules without parliamentary procedure. And again, that makes us, A, look like we don't know what we're doing. B, we have no order or rules of order for reference for even making a motion, getting a second to a motion, discussion, debate on a motion, who calls the question, whether there are points of order, points of privilege, whether you can appeal a decision of the chair to the body of the whole. It was complete chaos. Turns out, I did some investigating, and the reason that had not been carried over was not through anybody on the policy committee trying to effect a change, seeing Robert's rules as anything to be avoided. No, on the other hand, it was just a clerical oversight. And now, instead of just fixing the glitch and putting it back in. And we'd always follow Robert's Rules of Order customarily up until September the 8th. So whether it was in the policies or not, we were following it as a matter of custom and practice, and simply because it's not in the policy doesn't mean that we're legally prohibited from following parliamentary procedure. You don't have to have it in the bylaws. If the bylaws are silent as to it, you can certainly continue to run the meeting by that. And we've had some suggestions, well, we don't need parliamentary procedure, we just need to conduct ourselves in a quote-unquote professional manner. Well, that's not a standard by which we have any objective criteria by which to judge how we run a meeting, because one person's idea of what's professional is different from another person's idea of what's professional. And calling somebody out at a meeting, challenging their point of view, might not be fun for that person, might not be fun for either person. It might not be comfortable, it might not be deemed civil, it's not warm and fuzzy. However, that is our job. And when somebody disagrees with you or corrects you, and the truth sometimes is an uncomfortable thing. And that's why we have the First Amendment, to protect the truth. If the First Amendment only protected things that make us feel good, we wouldn't need the First Amendment. The First Amendment was specifically adopted to protect controversial speech. At the core of the First Amendment is political speech, as any 12th grade government student knows. So when our political speech is hampered, then our whole underlying system falls asunder. So we look like we don't know what we're doing. We no longer have a democratic process. The constituent members of the board no longer have the same powers as other members of the board, simply through the fiat of the chair. The other change after September the 8th, which we're all painfully aware of, is again totally suddenly and unexpectedly without notice to me, and I don't believe without notice to the superintendent or any other member of this board. Ms. Kaminsky came to the meeting, last meeting at 6:30. She opened the meeting. At 6:31, she said that she would no longer be president or even a member of this board. As of 6:35, she got up and left. And so we had no notice of that. We scrambled, and by succession, the vice president takes the place of the president, and that happened. That was Ms. Wilson. However, again, what happened on September 22nd was a far cry from where we were in the first meeting of January. There were significant material changes in the composition of this board and the makeup of the board and the way the board conducted its business. Now we have the suspension of the Robert's Rules of Order. We have the suspension of all parliamentary procedure. I had asked Ms. Kaminsky before the September 8th meeting on September the 7th, what rules are we going to follow? And she said she was going to follow rules under a book by a gentleman whose name I mentioned last time. And when I looked on the website, what that book talked about was Robert's Rules of Order. And they're not that complicated. This is Robert's Rules of Order. They have little, help aids. You can put it on a chart, and right away you can see by looking at it how things move, what needs to be done, what needs a second, what doesn't, what motion trumps another motion, and so forth. So, so we didn't have that, and so we had the supreme right of a single board member to put an agenda or run a meeting without any rules for reference. Instead of having solidarity and unity, what we have also been doing is that certain members of this board have reached out and said, listen, we do need that unity. We do need to put the basic interests of the district before all other squabbles and so forth. Other members of the board have instead chosen to focus on collateral issues and internecine family squabbles between members on trivial matters way beside the point. And not only has a lot of the energy of the leadership of this body been focused on that, but then they've also had over 4 figures in legal fees incurred to the Thrun law firm. The bill for September was $12,000 just on people appealing for legal advice, one member over another, about how can I prevail on this vitriolic squabble that I have in recrimination between 2 board members. Again, that makes us look like we don't know what we're doing, and that lowers us in the esteem of the public trust, and that just cannot happen. It cannot happen. It should not happen. We have sunk terribly from the beginning of the year down to where we were on September the 8th, and then September 22nd came, and there's no signal, there's no sign it's going to get any better. In fact, all signs point to it getting worse, and quickly so. For that purpose, we need new officers. We need a new president, and we need other officers that will support the president and think in a way that the new president will think, And if that person is for solidarity and unity, it's time for putting somebody in that position who has greater experience and ability so that we can stop the waste, stop the dysfunctionality, and stop these tangential issues. Today I picked up the Detroit newspaper. There was something there about reimbursement problem. Clintondale again, bad press. A couple weeks ago, Jason Davidson, when Ms. Kaminsky resigned, Mr. Hotz, Mitch Hotz ran an article in one of the Detroit News and in the Macomb Daily about I had a president abruptly resign. Now we're going to have 5 or 6 presidents in the span of new presidents in the span of 2 or 3 years. I mean, that's not stability. And then our former president, Mr. Davidson, said, why don't we just junk the whole district, just throw the whole thing away, merge with Mount Clemens, merge with Lance Cruz, send up a flare, send up the surrender of the white flag. That can't happen. So that is why we need to have this item on the agenda. That is why it has to be first on the agenda, so the order of business can be taken care of, and so that we have some stability and some trust and reliance on the leadership to move forward just to get through this meeting. As of just this afternoon, I got a communication from the chairman saying that the parliamentary procedure is that there will be no parliamentary procedure, that we haven't figured it out yet. Since the last meeting on September 22nd, it was very important to all persons here that we have a policy committee meeting so that they can make a recommendation and evaluate it and research it and report back to the board on parliamentary procedure. The dysfunction of this body has become so bad that we haven't even been able to convene a policy committee meeting since September 22nd to do that. It hasn't happened. And then certain persons wanted to participate as members of the public, and they wanted to participate remotely. A member of the committee wanted to participate remotely, whether it's a public meeting or a non-public meeting. We couldn't have anybody within the board leadership make that determination. They had to send it again to Thrun, $12,000 a month, $15,000 a month. It's not, leadership is taking complicated things and making them simple. Anybody can take something simple and make it complicated. Anybody can take something complicated and make it more complicated. That's what we are mired in. We're mired in quicksand right now, and it's got to stop. This board is fatigued. This district is fatigued. We're frustrated. We're being directed by the leadership into infighting to protect our own stakes in the district when we should be fighting to get a union contract, fighting to raise the skills of the children, getting those who are college-bound, ready to take the SAT, the ACT, to succeed at a 4-year university, those who are not college-bound, not college material, then trade school, CTE. These are things that we should be doing, and it's not happening. My gosh, we couldn't even do a seating chart, people. We did a seating chart when Ms. Kaminsky came in and Ms. Zontini came in. Ms. Kaminsky simply wanted to do a seating chart that would follow the normal protocols that are followed by the Michigan State Board of Trustees, that are followed by the Michigan Supreme Court, where you have the chair at the center and the higher ranking people toward the center. The lower the rank, the more you are at the periphery. Merely because Ms. Kaminsky wanted to have an objective seating chart, this board almost fell into disrepute and chaos. People started fighting about they didn't want to sit in this chair. This guy didn't want to sit next to this guy. This guy didn't want to sit next to this guy. I mean, come on, people. We can't even have a seating chart, let alone we're going to set the policy for this district. I could go on and on and on, but I think that I've made my case for the need for such a measure. And I hope that my brothers and sisters on this board will put the interests of the district first over their own selfish interests about what they want to see, their own personal agendas, their own self-interests, and put this in the hands of somebody who has the experience, who has the knowledge, who has the dedication. And by God, I hope we find somebody who will accept that responsibility. I don't know. I don't know if somebody's going to be nominated tonight that will take that position. My God, I hope so, because we're on the verge of destruction, to quote the 1960s song. And again, I'm walking on eggshells to quote any piece of art, popular culture, because the last time I quoted great literature that's taught in the university liberal arts colleges across the country, I was called on a carpet for it. So I hope by quoting The Eve of Destruction, the song from the 1960s, I hope I'm not going to be subjecting to myself to be shackled and taken away by the peace officer and to be detained until the meeting is over, which people have threatened to do to me. So that's my piece. I have a second, and I urge my brothers and sisters that we are at the crossroads. Please adopt this measure. Please put it on the agenda, and then let's have nominations. Let's fill the spots, and let's get quickly to hear from our candidates. Thank God we have good candidates here to fill the vacancy created by Ms. Kaminsky. That's another important point of business, but that should take place only after we do the so-called board reorganization, re-election of the officers. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you, my brothers and sisters of this board. Thank you, members of the public.
Is there any other discussion? Yes. Go ahead, Trustee Wilson, you have the floor.
Man, that was a lot, Madam President. I tried to take as many notes as I could. First I want to apologize to the community for this. You know, it seems tonight that it's going to be one of those nights where it's unnecessary work. Mr. Powers, Madam Chair, said a lot. I don't even know where to begin. One thing about Mr. Powers, I will say, he makes a lot of worthless points. Going backwards, we cannot correct the things Mrs. Kaminsky, former president, did. We have no idea. She did what she did in that seat as the president. Whether she made good decisions or bad decisions, we're past that. You know, thank Mrs. Kaminsky for her service, and we're going to move on. But that is not what got us to this point at all, by far. Mr. Powers, Madam Chair, mentions we were dysfunctional, or not his exact words, but the seating chart. You know, of course, that was tough. But as I talked to Jared, Mr. Maynard, Mr. Powers also created a snafu with the seating chart prior to us being on the board. Mr. Powers did not want to sit next to someone. Mr. Maynard, the president at the time, did not move Mr. Powers. It's funny how things apply to us but don't apply to Mr. Powers. He did not want to sit next to a certain person, so he sat to Mr. Jarrett's left, Mr. Maynard's left, and Ms. Kaminsky, who was the vice president, stayed in her seat. So that's the seating arrangement, which, of course, Mr. Powers forgot. Leadership. Leadership is important. Leadership is very important for this board. I understand leadership. I truly do. It is tough to have leadership when people do not want to work together. Policy meetings, any meeting this board has put together, it's always been an issue, starting with Mr. Powers. It's always been an issue. Now he talks about solidarity and unity. Now he talks about removing Ms. Wilson as the presidency. Ms. Wilson is doing a great job by trying to put things in proper order. This fly-by-night, and once again, January, we are new to the board. January, we were new to the board. We have no idea why Robert's Rules was removed. Neither does the people on the board who's been here 24, 34 months, Madam President. So in order to get everything aligned, it's going to be tough. When someone takes over, it always is. We understand it. He said the board is fatigued. We are fatigued. We're fatigued. If we watch the board meeting, when we were here to 2 in the morning, Mr. Powers, Trustee Zantini played games back and forth. Your turn. Come on, you don't have to believe me. Childish. You will not have leadership when you have people on the board that's immature. There's no reason we should have stayed here to 2 a.m. They attacked the mileage, Madam Chair, one person. Mr. Maynard went back, looked at the mileage, which we all read in the newspaper. It was 9 people. Mileage paperwork that was wrong. Please understand something, ladies and gentlemen. They attacked Mrs. Wilson because there's a lawsuit in against Mrs. Antini. That's it. We have to discredit her, so we're gonna pick on her the whole night. Ms. Wilson was told to deliver a packet on her vacation day to Mrs. Antini's house. Had a bad accident because her property is unsafe. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say it. She's fixed it since. Thank God we took pictures. We can sit up here and play these games with Mr. Powers, and then he says, well, I don't know who's gonna look to take over. No, he knows, because this was set up prior to. These games that they play were set up prior to. I don't understand how you cannot work together, and we always say it's for the students. Mr. Powers does not mean that, Madam President. He does not mean for the students. We have people on this board don't know the difference between Title I and Title IX. He has admitted himself, he doesn't read his packet. I'm on the committee with Mr. Powers, the facility committee. Since January, we have not had a committee meeting, not one. He's doing his job, he's taking up a seat. We can discuss what people's things are. We can work together. Please, let's work together. Let's do this. Mr. Davidson, his opinion is irrelevant. If we talk to the superintendent may let us know what good things that we're doing in his district. So we're gonna close the school because one person says we should close the school? He has no clue. I do not care about his opinion. You bring these things up like they're supposed to be important. They are not. You're right, you did quote someone, sir, you did. But everyone in this room should have been offended when you told the prostitutional joke. Don't talk to me about working together. Don't waste my time. I am not going anywhere. These shenanigans, these games, I don't know what I should quote. I'm so scared. But when you talk about a man spending money on a woman to sleep with a woman, we're all old enough to understand what that means. Maybe he's not. I have no issue with Robert's rules. And prior to the president, former president, she sent us a message saying that the next policy meeting, we need to discuss Robert rules. I agree that we should have some parliamentary, because if we don't, some people will sit up here with hollow words and talk all night. Please understand, you can realign the board, you can do whatever you want to. Miss Wilson has been doing an excellent job of trying to straighten the mess out, like you say, that the other board members have left. Your hollow words, sir, Madam President, his hollow words mean nothing. They're going to do what they want to do. And I mean they, as in board members. Because I don't want to get in trouble and be leveled. Leveled for racism. We had a board member that put in a police report for fraud on the mileage. Listen, we're not going to make all good decisions up here. But stupidity we are not going to be. A police report, community, a police report. Once we looked at the mileage, it was $67 off. So be careful in what we say. Because there were 9 people whose mileage paperwork was wrong. Madam President, is Ms. Zantini going to file a police report on those 9? On those 9? I don't know. But unity and solidarity is definitely what we need. But look at the things that I just talked about, and you would suggest, how do we work together? If someone files a police report on you, how do we work together? Let's work together. I'm for it. I'm for it. Let's work together. But what sense does it make? Because you can just turn around, go to the superintendent and say, hey, sir, can you please straighten this out? Can you let me know? The police report had my name and Miss Wilson's name. Let me tell you something, community. 20-year soldier. 20-year soldier. Decorated. 23-year teacher. I don't find my name on police reports. But out of the hatred and the vindication of one board member, I'm on a police report, and the police report had to state no evidence. No evidence. This is what I mean about, this is unity and solidarity. Let's call it what it really is. This is unity and solidarity. So, what am I supposed to do next, Madam President? Wait for a board member to cross the street, file a police report on jaywalking? Yes, we can work together. We can work together. But it's probably going to take 2 people to resign from this board. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson. Go right ahead, Secretary Valerio.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to say, I don't find it very professional or very good when we're sitting here talking to other people and putting down our fellow board members. I do not want to hear one more time that Mr. Powers did this, Mr. Powers did that. Mr. Powers has been a valued member of the board. I have asked in an email to each one of you, blanket statement, that we should not be airing our laundry, dirty laundry, in the public. It does not look good for us, it does not look good for the community. I'm here for one reason only, and that's for the kids. I have said that when I was appointed to the board. I will say that when I said it when I was running to stay on the board, and I will continue to say that. Having said that, I don't think we need to discuss anymore. I am going to call each one of you to say, vote now, whether we should go ahead with the motion that Mr. Powers put forward and that I seconded. Because sitting around here and continuing to air this all out is not good for anyone. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Secretary Valerio. No, is there any other discussion before I go back around the table? No? Trustee Wilson?
Yes, yes, Madam President. I'm only addressing what Treasurer Powers has said. A valued member of the board, I did not say he was not. Did not say he was not. My opinions about Mr. Powers does not matter to this board. You consider him a valued member of the board. Very good. I'm addressing everything that Mr. Powers said because I wrote down notes. I cannot follow because Mr. Powers, he talks a long time, so you have to write down stuff. I'm addressing what he said. He talked about the seating arrangement. He didn't tell the community that he himself did not want to move his seat. Don't believe me, Mr. Maynard, the Vice President, is here. In your private conversations, ask him. He talks about Mr. Davis and thinks we need to close. I addressed that. Care about his opinion? We are a school district. We have a superintendent. Clerical oversight, do not look like we know what we're doing. He's right, we do not look like we know what we're doing when we got board members using the word cockroaches. He's right. A professional. You can't find any other words? You're right, we do not look like we're doing. When we attack one person, you're right, we do not look what we're doing. But where is the origin? The treasurer. Go back, I didn't study every board meeting. Go back and look at every board meeting. You'll find Mr. Powers at the center of confusion. The night Real Welker came here to be voted. the night he came here to be voted. Mr. Powers went on this, I don't even know what to call it. Something that should not even been asked. Are you sure you live there? Are you sure? We were at the board. You look at every confusion, Mr. Powers is at the middle of it. So you have your opinion, I have my opinion. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Well, before we go to vote, I'll make a statement. I knew this moment would come, unfortunately. I didn't think that this board was going to allow me to be in this seat to be president. Over the last several weeks, I have done nothing but research, study, learn, and brought to this board, to the board members truth and facts. It wasn't about going to the attorney. I did this all on my own because I was looking to lead this board in the right way. They had been following the wrong rules, and I brought that to light. I have been trying to make a difference, make an impact, to do the right thing. But my fellow board members, they don't want that. They want me out. I send them emails, they don't respond. They don't talk to me. But I didn't let that stop me. I still continued to do the job for as long as I had the seat to do the job. But I've known from constituents, community members, teachers, and what I was hearing, watch your back. They don't want you in that position. But I still moved forward, trying to do the right thing. Robert's Rules we talk about, this is the Robert's Rules book. They want to follow Robert's Rules of Order. I didn't remove Robert's Rules out of the policy book, but I recognize that Robert's Rules was not a part of the policy book. This is it. I will guarantee you, majority of the board members probably have not read this book, but I was willing to go through this book to find out where Robert's Rules would apply. Mr. Powers said a multitude of false statements tonight, but I will let my attorney dissect what he said, because I take it as those statements were made towards me. I did not come on this board to disrupt. I did not come on this board to affect in a negative way. I came on this board to do the right thing. And every which way I've turned, it's been with negativity or barriers. But I did not let that stop me. If anything, my board members, they can't say that I did not provide them with the facts and the right way to do things. Them not wanting me in this seat does not hurt my feelings. I can tell you right now who will vote no for me and who will vote yes. But I still have a voice. I'm still an active member on this board. That they can't take away from me. How I am supposed to act as the president, I'm acting in the way that Michigan state law says, Open Meetings Act says. I am not doing anything out of order. I'm doing things in order. This board had been acting out of order. So you have to ask yourself, why wouldn't they want that type of leadership? Is it because I'm doing the right thing? Is it because I'm a woman? Or is it because I'm black? My brother said it, or Mr. Wilson said it. I'm in a police report. I've never been in a police report by a board member. A board member said that I was part of a coalition that supported gender inclusivity and spread that out to the other boards before I even had a chance to get on the board. Now that I know I'm going out, I might as well just talk. I tried to do the right thing for this board and for this community, for the district, staying up late nights, early mornings, in between my job. But that's not what this board wants. They want erratic behavior, misconduct. But I'm being held to a different status, to a different level. Previous president stayed in the position 9 months. I've had weeks. Haven't even been given a chance. And they have the right to do what they are going to do tonight. They have every right to do that because they have the 4 votes. But they can say, they may not admit it to the public, Lisa Kelly Wilson was doing the right thing in the right way, but they don't want to accept that. So when I step off this seat tonight, I want the community to know, I want the district to know, I want my family to know I am okay. And I'm going to say this to the board. This is a grave mistake, removing me out of the seat, and I'll tell you why. This is nothing but retaliation, and I won't say why. And I don't care what the board members say, there is a law against what is going to happen tonight. And if you think that I'm not going to go forward with my civil rights, you are gravely mistaken. And so, Madam Secretary, take the roll.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
No.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson.
No. Motion passes 5-2, or 4-2, sorry.
42.
Oh, I guess we move towards,
Madam Chairman, I move we take nominations for board reorganization.
is there a second?
Whoa.
There's a motion to
Second.
take, there's a motion to take nominations for reorganization.
And there's a second.
Okay, if
I
I
just
just may.
seconded.
And is there discussion? And go ahead.
Stop. Point of order, please. There was also a motion. Did we not have a second to add this addendum? Am I wrong?
Oh, that's right, we need to add the addendum. So we need to approve the agenda as amended to include, what would be?
You
num-
put it as number 8.
Number 8 as speech language pathologist.
Support.
You support?
Yes.
Mr. Maynard supports. Is there discussion?
I got an email saying that this was already added to the agenda earlier today, so I'm not sure how the protocol works. I get the agenda on Thursday, then the superintendent's office sends an addendum. The chairman and the superintendent apparently have the unilateral right to do that. It was placed on the agenda as of 10 a.m. or whenever I got that. So I believe Mr. Maynard, I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, Mr. Maynard's point would be well taken if it weren't already made a part of the agenda by executive fiat. If it were not already made a part of the agenda by executive fiat, and I'm not clear about that, then yes, we would have to amend, add that to the agenda. So again, this is just, illustrative of one of the problems that we have. We don't even know what's on our agenda, or who has the right to put it on, when and how, or whether we would need to add to it. That is the chaos that has been writ and writ large. Thank
Mr.
you.
Powers, this has happened before. This is not the first instance of adding an addendum. So to accuse me of chaos, now I've tried to be nice. Now, I had nothing to do with this being added to the agenda. This came from our HR director. So please do not accuse me of chaos, because I don't want to go down that path with you about chaos and being chaotic.
Madam President,
So yes, Vice President Maynard.
thank you. For the benefit of my board members and for the benefit of the public, the agenda is presented by the president and the superintendent for our approval or our amendment and then our approval. To add an agenda item, a regular agenda item, it takes 4 votes, which is what this addendum is. To add a certain type of closed session, it takes 4 votes. to add a different type of closed session. It takes a majority, or a unanimous vote of the board to add to the agenda. This addendum is a request from the HR office through the superintendent to us. You all noticed that we received two. We received two because I responded to Lee and Ken very critically, asking for more information. It was provided to all of us. In regular order, with 4 votes, we can add this to the agenda, and then we approve the agenda as amended with the 2 things, and we get rolling with our business. I hope that clarifies it for my fellow board members and for the public. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And again, this is repeated history. This is nothing new. This has happened before. So we will now, we do have a
President.
motion.
Madam President.
Yes, Mr. Maynard. I'm moving forward to.
Okay, go ahead. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, thank you, I appreciate that. So we do have a motion and we have support. Is there any more discussion? If not, Secretary Valerio Noak, can you please take the roll?
No, do we have discussion?
I believe we just had discussion, but if you would like more discussion,
I would just like an explanation for why we didn't get proper notice of this. Why didn't we get notice of this last Thursday? What's the urgency? that
I
we
am
have?
going to, Superintendent, would you like to answer that, or would you like to pass that over to the HR Director?
We added to the agenda so we could be in compliance with our special education services to support our students.
Is there any more discussion? Didn't you make the motion?
I seconded it, I believe.
Who made the first one?
If it makes it for the record, I made the motion, and I believe the president seconded, or vice versa. So
I second it.
Okay, all right,
I believe that's the case.
thank you. Are we ready for a roll then?
Yes, we are,
All
thank you.
right, Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Dantini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
No.
and Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes.
Madam President, I move the adoption of the agenda as amended.
A second.
And is there any discussion? Secretary Valerio Noak?
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Dantini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, and Ms. Wilson.
Mr. Superintendent,
Yes.
it should benefit the public to know, who does not know the policy, that this policy operates one of 2 ways. The president, outgoing or incoming, can leave it to you, or I'm sorry, I'm saying this wrong. You conduct a reorg, and you can leave it to the president to conduct till it's done, as we did in January, or you can conduct it per that policy. So it does fall to you in the policy. So I just want the public to understand that while we're reorganizing following the reorganizing policy that's in our book. That is why Mr. Jansrick will act now, just so the public understands that.
I move for the board to consider reorganization of this board, including a re-election of its officers as the next action item on our agenda.
I second.
Did we already not move that there?
I don't think there can be whispering. This is a public meeting, so any statements made must be made into the microphone. Plus, it's not polite for certain members of us not to be able to hear what's being said. So please speak, not only speak clearly, not whisper, but speak loudly enough so we can all understand and participate, as is our duty.
I believe we've already moved that item to the next.
We have
section.
not. I was about to make the motion. Mr. Maynard wanted to first make an intermediary motion concerning the addendum, which has been done, and now the floor is back to me. I make the motion. The motion has been seconded. Question is whether there is discussion.
Any discussion?
Yes. I want to restate for the record my previous comments to support not only my motion to put it on the agenda, but my motion to bring it up. So for all the reasons I've already stated why it should be on the agenda, those statements are hereby incorporated by reference, so I'm not going to repeat them, so that we do have the vote on the board reorganization, provided that there are qualified people to be nominated and those people who are nominated accept those nominations. Additionally, I would point out that one of the other problems that's been lingering since late 2024 is the matter of nepotism. We have two members who are seated right here today, including the chairman, who is the sister by blood, direct blood relation, as I understand it, with trustee Kurt Wilson. And then we have Kurt Wilson, who is related by marriage to the executive secretary, Teresa Wilson, who is also seated at this board. So we have three members of the Wilson family here sitting on this dais with us today. So that certainly raises the appearance of impropriety because of nepotism, if not actual impropriety. There was board action taken late last year, early this year, that was never put into effect to try to mitigate some of the harmful consequences of that. So that is another reason to support my motion that we have persons sitting on this board who are in an irreconcilable conflict of interest position that must be mitigated, and by changing the guard, changing the makeup of the board of the officer slate will be a step in that right direction. But we can't all stick our heads in the sand because it's uncomfortable, or because it might make some people squirm, or it might invite additional obloquy on my reputation, which people here are shown malice and recklessness to attack unfairly. They say I make false statements, but then they don't say how they are false. So I can't correct a false statement if you don't tell me what I said was false. So if you say, well, Mr. Powers made all these false statements, but you don't point out how they were false, well then your statement is entitled to be taken for naught. If you want to point out that I made a false statement and give me a chance to correct it, I will. But it's not sufficient to say I'm not going to state right now what Mr. Powers said was false. He can hear from my lawyers later. That's not acceptable. Nothing that I have said is false. Mr. Wilson, what he said was false in that he made a statement of fact that I sat where I sat on a previous seating chart because I did not want to sit next to a particular person. That is false. That is a lie. That is not true. There's no basis in fact for that whatsoever. So people make those statements and then they just make a categorical statement that I made many false statements, but they don't say what are false. So let's bring some honesty and candor to this process. Let's bring ourselves out of the mud and try to take a more high-minded approach, I would remind my brothers and sisters. So that is yet another reason for my motion made right now that we reorganize the board, which has been seconded, and I urge all of my brothers and sisters. I would like it to be unanimous. I would like those whose conflict of interest has been put in legitimate dispute to make a show of unity by having a 6-0 vote of all the members in favor of this reorganization. That would be a start to getting this district back on track. So I urge all my brothers and sisters on this board whether they occupy current positions right now of authority as officers or not, whether they like me or not, whether they like to accuse me maliciously, falsely, of making false statements myself without pointing out how they are false. I still urge all of you, out of unity and solidarity, to vote in favor of this motion. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Ken, at this point, you ask if there's any other discussion.
I'm making, Mr. Wilson had his hand up, I was
Okay,
calling on him.
sorry, I'm just trying to help you.
Thank you.
Superintendent, I would not waste time with this. You know, of course, Mr. Powers, we don't have all night. So I guess we're gonna get on because, you know, Mr. Powers is lying. Bottom line. So I don't have time. If he wants for me to show him where, I can show him the video clips everywhere he wants to see, but I'm tired of wasting the community's time because if I say something, he's gonna come with hollow words again.
Madam Chairman, I must take exception.
Superintendent,
I must take exception.
I'm ready to start because he don't.
The gentleman is out of order.
Excuse me. That's what I thought. I said what I said.
I'd like to say something real quickly,
Not his
real
words.
quickly.
That's
Yes,
what you said.
thank you. I just want to make a correction. Mr. Powers said nepotism. In our rule book,
Exception.
in our.
The chairman is out of order.
In our rule book, nepotism does not apply unless we are employees of the district, and we are not employees, we are public servants. Where it could come into play is if there is a conflict of interest, which we understand that. Mr. Powers said harmful consequences, and he wants to bring up reasoning why this move needs to happen. So I'm going to assume, and it's just my assumption, that something that was said somewhere along the way, maybe by me, maybe by Mr. Wilson, touched a nerve. So now he wants to try to make an excuse why this change must be affected. And again, I want to be clear, there's been no nepotism or anything from a legal standpoint, any wrongdoing at all. If it would have been, don't you think this board would hold us accountable? There's been no accountability for me at all to say that I have done anything wrong. Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent.
Yes, Mr. Maynard?
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Superintendent. Ms. Wilson is correct. She is correct because there has been nothing untoward that I know of. The problem came from former President Kaminsky, acted under her own authority and in her own way to undo a board motion. That is a fact. And it has caused a lot of problems. A lot. That meeting on 12/30 for my friends, the Wilsons, and Mrs. Zontini, well, she was on the board then, I'm sorry, and for the public, that was a nearly 6 hour meeting listening to the attorney and following his recommendations. And to this day, I have no understanding why a board motion was ignored as the president, or if I'm sitting here as vice president and the board says, Mr. Maynard, you now get to sit next to Ken and vote 6-0, and you're supposed to spend every day next to Ken. I have no authority to ignore you. I have no authority to tell you no. The board voted as a group of one. And that singular action by the former president was wrong. So I will say that that is right. I will say, Mr. Powers, it's time to move on and call the question and see where this goes. Because the only way we're coming together is all of us pulling our pride back 10 feet and saying, I know I can do better, and I'll tell you that. I know I can do better. I'll tell all of you. You all knew I was kind of a little bit of a, I don't want to say it on tape, but everybody's going to get it anyhow, a little pain in the butt you know, that last time around. I know it, so does everybody else. But we're all here. We share one thing in common. No matter what, we're here for the students. Not a single person disagreed with me when I asked Ken, what are we doing about the AP kids? Not a single person disagreed when I said, Ken, 9% is great, but it needs to be 35, and we need to be leading the way. That's going to be the glue going forward that builds this team. That's the glue. We don't have to like each other. Believe me, we don't. But as long as we keep education, accountability, and transparency at the forefront of our thoughts, we won't go wrong. I truly believe that. There's been a lot of good things. I can rattle them off like the back of my hand. I can rattle them off. There's a lot of good things going on. There's some things that we need to do together. There were some dumb things that are going to come across this board that we have to do because of the state of Michigan said so. And it's going to irk us all to do it. But all of us, you know, and I say this because it's the 250th anniversary birthday of our country. 250 years ago, people sat in a room in Philadelphia and pledged their lives, their sacred honors, and their fortunes to each other to make this country great. And all we have to do, our part, is to pledge that we will put education first together, that we will hold our superintendent, our teachers, our principals, our staff, and our students accountable for the results that they want to see, and that we will be transparent to the community about how we're going to deal with it. And the reality of this is, sometimes how the sausage gets made, well, it ain't pretty, but it needs to get made. And I think those three things are something we all can agree on. So I will be supporting this motion. And no matter where the chips land, those are the three things that I'm going to work on. So if anybody wants to partner with me on the board and talk about those three things, great, I'm all ears. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
Seeing no other comments, Secretary Valerio Noak, please call the roll.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Mr. Maynard? I'm
Yes.
sorry, Ms. Dantini.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
No?
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
And Ms. Wilson?
No.
Motion passes 4-2.
I move for the election or the nomination, if he will accept it, for the position of president of the district and chairman of the Board of Education of Clintondale Community Schools. If he will take it. I don't know that he would take it, but my motion is that Mr. Jared Maynard be appointed, elected to fill the role of those two spots, that is president of the district and chairman of the Board of Education. I will speak on behalf of that motion upon a second and upon an indication that Mr. Maynard does accept the nomination. I also have a nomination that Ms. Valerio Nauk be moved from secretary to vice president, leaving a vacancy for secretary, that I remain as treasurer, and that the vacancy of secretary be filled at a time to be determined when it is put on the agenda, and that in the interim, either the president take on the additional role of secretary pro tem in addition to president, or that Ms. Valerio Nauk, if she accepts the nomination as vice president, is so elected, serves that role pro tem. Again, this is all on the supposition that either Mr. Maynard or Ms. Valerio Anaki accept the nominations to be to those positions, and also to a pro tem possibly. In the alternative, then we should fill the secretary slot tonight, but I don't know that that's necessary that we do it all tonight, so long as that function gets performed by one of the other officers. If need be, I, as the treasurer, will do my best to hobble along and perform that function if necessary. Thank you.
I second it.
Vanessa Santini?
Yes.
Okay.
I would ask Mr. Janzarek if he would please ask that Mr. Maynard accept the nomination as president and chairman of the board, and if Ms. Lisa Valero Anaki accept the nomination as vice president.
Right now, we're working on president, and I have a motion on the floor from Mr. Powers and Zantini. Are there any comments?
I have a comment in support of the motion.
Okay.
Mr. Maynard was elected to this board in the November 2022 election. He took office in January 2023. He has now served, if my math is correct, continuously as a trustee of this board, continuously for the past 34 months. He has been a trustee in good standing with this board. I don't think he's missed a meeting. I don't think he's been late to a meeting. Many of those months, he served as president and chairman of the board for a great majority of those months. He has proven experience, skill, ability, knowledge, energy, and it's time that we put in that position the person with the greatest experience on this board, and that is far and away Mr. Maynard. So for that reason alone, I think that he belongs in that position. And again, I would ask that my brothers and sisters on this board, in a show of solidarity and unity, make it unanimous, if Mr. Maynard accepts the nomination, to appoint him to that position with a show of appreciation, gratitude, and respect to Ms. Wilson for filling in that position upon the vacancy of, and I'll thank Mr. Wilson to stop laughing while I talk, upon the vacancy of Ms. Kaminsky. Thank you very much, Mr. Superintendent.
Any other comments? Mrs. Zantini?
I would just like to say that I agree with Mr. Powers said about Mr. Maynard. I personally have known Mr. Maynard since he's been 18 years old. I do know that everything that he does for the school is for the love and the passion that he's had as a student and as an alumni. He has proven himself time and time again, supporting the C Club, supporting the games here. He has been immensely helpful to me when I started back in '23, going to him for guidance to help me. He was always endless, giving me time to ask questions, and he would not go on till he knew that I accepted it, I understood what he was saying. What he said tonight, again, shows the passion that he has and the love for this school, the students, the staff, everyone. He would be a great asset to have him sitting back in the center seat. And with those words that he said tonight of sincerity, of working together with all, bringing the group together as all, it said it all. So I hope you will support Mr. Maynard for president. Thank you.
Any other comments? Lisa, Secretary Valero, no, please call the roll.
Sorry, do we, pardon me, Madam Chairman and Mr. Superintendent, do we have an acknowledgement by Mr. Maynard that he accepts the nomination?
Mr. Maynard, do you accept the nomination?
We must, as a board, get back to educating, to holding people who work for us accountable, and for increasing our transparency. I want to be bloody clear. Education, accountability to ourselves, to our administration, to our teachers, holding them accountable for our results, and transparency. That is what I will do. I will accept this, and I will work for each one of you. Same open door policy that I've had since I got on the board. It's the way I was trained. It's the way I'm gonna act. So if you guys want that direction, I appreciate support. If you're understandably cautionable about me, I will understand. But I will move this district forward. So to answer your question, Mr. Superintendent, I will accept.
Mrs. Secretary Valerio, please call the roll.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Zantini?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk? Yes. Ms. Wilson?
No.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I figured you already said yes by accepting it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Motion passes 5-1.
I move to elect or appoint.
Do you step over now, sir?
Sorry, Mr.
No, the policy states that you continue because this is the train.
Okay.
Everybody stays seated. If there's an election, you conduct it, and then once you conduct it, I'm hoping I'm right on the policy.
Okay.
Once it's completed, then we move on to the agenda from there.
I move the election and appointment of Lisa Valerio, now current secretary, to be elevated to the position of vice president of the district and vice chairman of the Board of Education of Clintondale Community Schools, if she will so accept.
I second.
Comments?
Thank you for your confidence in me to move me up. This is not the way I had envisioned that I would ever move up. But at the time when I'm called to do something for the district, I will do it. I'm asking everyone on the board to please, and Mr. Maynard said, I agree fully with what he said. We have to keep our eyes on the students, on education, and on each other, hold each other accountable, and do the best job that we can. Thank you.
So I take that as a yes, you do accept?
I'll take that. Yes, I do accept the nomination. Thank you.
Any additional comments?
Yes. I just
Mr.
want
Powers?
to say that although Ms. Valerio now served by appointment, that's no less a status on this board than if she had been elected in a general election. And she has served continuously and with distinction. Perhaps not as many as 34 months, but pretty close. And so has quite a bit of experience and has demonstrated commitment, knowledge, skill, ability, great energy, and great knowledge and acumen and proficiency in executing the role of both trustee and as secretary. It's a demanding job. She's worked very hard to do it. She's done it with excellence. And so there's no doubt that she certainly has earned the promotion. So it is my honor to nominate and move her election again. I ask as a show of solidarity to my brothers and sisters on the board that we make this unanimous in honor of Ms. Valerio Nauk, so that it be a 6-0 vote. And I pray my brothers and sisters will agree with me and so vote as well. And I thank Ms. Valerio Nauk for accepting the nomination and agreeing to step up to this high position. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Zantini?
Yes, I'd like to say that I hope that everyone also will support our secretary I know I'm going to miss her as secretary because she does an excellent, excellent job. There's no doubt about it, with dedication, with honesty. Working with Lisa has been an absolute pleasure that I came on the board. I was, I think, the third person getting an appointment in '23. I've always known her to be fair, to be honest, just like a coin, realizing there's two sides to everything. She stands her ground, what she believes in. Her honesty is just remarkable. Her work ethic is remarkable. She's a remarkable person, and she's done a remarkable job for us. So I want to thank her, and I'm hoping to see everyone vote for her for our VP, because she would be just an excellent fit working with our President Maynard. Thank you.
I have no words. This is,
Okay,
thank you, Superintendent.
thank you. I see no one else. Secretary Valerian Oak, please call the roll.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Santini?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
No.
Ms. Valerio Nauk? Yeah. Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
And Ms. Wilson?
No.
Passes 4-2.
Madam Chair, Mr. Superintendent, I move to nominate myself to continue in the role as treasurer and chairman of the Finance Committee of
I'll
Clintondale.
second that.
Thank you. Clintondale Community Schools. Thank you for the second, Ms. Valero.
I second that.
All right, Mrs. Valerian Oak seconded it
Oh,
already.
sorry.
Any comments?
I would like to make a comment. First of all, I want to say, I know it's sitting next to Barry, a lot of times I hear him, Mr. Powers, I'm sorry. A lot of times I sit here and I listen and I listen and I listen. And he's one of the better orators I've ever met, to be honest with you. And I know sometimes I tease him about the brevity of the wit of the soul, and I'm misquoting Shakespeare
Brevity
here.
is soul of wit.
Thank you, but I wanted to say this. He takes on a lot of abuse, I shouldn't say abuse, but he takes on a lot. He'll take the critics, he'll take the compliment, and he takes it all in stride. And I want to thank him for standing up and taking the stuff that does come his way, because he does a really good job at taking the brunt of it. You've done a great job as a treasurer, and I can't think of anyone else to be in the job, so I'm glad you nominated yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I'd like to give a quote to the, a quote from, I think it was the great Leslie Buford. She told me that if you lie, you will steal. Thank you, Superintendent.
Any other comments? Mrs. Zantini?
Yes, in answering what our secretary had just said with Mr. Powers, is that he's been a phenomenal board member, a phenomenal treasurer. Again, me coming on the board in '23, he's been invaluable in closed session, helping us understand things when it came to the law. Never got paid for it, never would ask for it to be paid, or would he be paid for it, but he helped us, he guided us. He did that because he wanted to help the board. He too is from Clintondale. The passion that he has with the C Club and everything that he does, the love of this school and the love of the memories that he spent here. He's honest, he's earnest, he's a caring individual and an exceptional lawyer, understanding the law and the love of the law with honesty and dignity and integrity. And anyone that can question that, then I say, prove it. But he has been such a help to this board and I've sat on this board since 23, short time off, but sat through 3 appointments, and never have I ever seen Mr. Powers not answer a question or help a fellow board member in any way, shape, or form. This man has dignity and, again, honesty and integrity. And I think it's been just absolutely shameful, and things that have been said and untrue about Mr. Powers. What a fine individual and what a fine treasurer he has been, and hopefully will continue to serve as one. We're very lucky to have him. Thank you, Mr. Powers. Thank you.
Mrs. Wilson?
Thank you. I will not be voting for Mr. Powers. Mr. Powers has sat on this board seat in a school district with predominantly black and brown children, and made racial comments. He has accused me of nepotism. He has lied a multitude of times to twist the truth. He has disrupted this board on multiple occasions to the point that where we have police officers at the school board meetings now. I don't know if he's good at being a treasurer. I haven't seen the effects of that, but I have seen the effects of his conduct that has been abhorrent. Our children deserve better. They don't deserve to have someone in an officer's seat that makes racial comments, makes comments about prostitution. He should be lucky to be on the seat, let alone to serve in an officer position. And in my opinion, he's concocted this entire buffoonery as if nobody can see what's going on with the changing of the guard. So be it. But there is no way I will put my backing or vote behind a person who seems to not have any morals in the school district. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Powers?
I categorically deny that I ever made any racial comments, as Madam Chairman refers to. I never made a single racial comment. I categorically deny that I ever said one thing, large or small, fact or opinion, that wasn't earnest, well-supported, in fact, true. Everything that I have said in this job has been true. I categorically deny that anything I ever said was untrue, misleading, was not the whole truth, and was nothing but the truth. I stand by every single statement, implication, innuendo, opinion, from the very first day I sat at this dais to this very second. And I challenge anyone at all in the world to prove me wrong. And I think it's really, really a shame that this is what we've come to as a board, that I even have to be put to have to make this statement. The obligation is on the accuser to prove, has the burden to prove the statement that the accuser makes. The obligation is not on the person accused to prove a negative. So that is not my obligation. It's certainly, excuse me, sir, may I? I'll thank you if I'm able to finish my comments. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, please. Hurry up.
I take exception to Mr. Wilson telling me to hurry up. Let's work with unity. Let's work with solidarity. Let's lift this community up to a higher level of integrity and character. I also have to say, I must take umbrage. Ms. Wilson has gone so far as to challenge my morality, my very morality. But she offers not a single illustration of anything that I ever said or did that was immoral. So it's easy to just throw out a name or throw out an allegation, but it takes guts. It takes a real man or a real woman to back that up with statements of fact, to put behind that. And I haven't heard any of that tonight. So again, I will challenge anybody who wants to say from any post or however, anything that I've done that was in the slightest bit immoral. That's really a terrible thing to say about a member of this board. And that's really injurious to the district, and it's really an insult to you taxpayers and you members of the public. It's really a shame, and I don't think that kind of statement should be countenanced by this board or by the public. I don't think it's right. And otherwise, if that's right, and we want to reward that type of behavior, then who's to say we can't all engage in invective and vituperations, accusing each other, trying to tear any one of these members down for the way they conduct themselves, if you can't back it up. And the only thing that I've done that has caused a little bit of controversy, has caused some people to be uncomfortable, is I've challenged people when they make such comments. If you're going to insult somebody, if you're going to state a conclusion, then you back it up with facts and you put your money where your mouth is, or you withdraw it and you apologize. You don't get to just call somebody a name. I don't get to accuse somebody of not paying their debts when they're due. I don't get to accuse somebody of being unchaste if that's not true, unless I can back that up. It's against the law to do that. It's called defamation. It's called libel. It's called slander. And people will be held accountable in courts of law for making false statements that impugn the integrity of a person simply by making accusations and not being able to back those up. It is at this point that I demand a retraction from both Trustee Kurt Wilson and Trustee Lisa Wilson. Retract all the statements impugning my character tonight. Apologize for those. This is your opportunity to make those, and make those here and now. Make them publicly so that all can hear and see. Either you retract them, or you apologize for them, or you come forward here and now, show what I did that was not, what I ever said was untrue, or was a lie, or was misleading. Show anything that I ever did that was immoral. Show anything that I did that was a so-called racial comment. Show anything that was immoral. Bring it on now, or forever hold your peace. Mr. Maynard talked about accountability. You're darn right. We're going to hold members of this board accountable if they abuse their positions, trust and confidence, to make attacks, unfounded attacks on their brothers and sisters, and further lower the public confidence and trust in this board. It's a sad night that we've come to this point. But my only solace is we're going to start digging ourselves out of this hole. When you're in a hole, you stop digging. We're going to start climbing out as of tonight, God willing. And I pray to God that that happen. And I pray to God that my brothers and sisters on this board show that solidarity, show that they've seen the correct way to behave themselves, and vote unanimously for my appointment, reappointment as treasurer of this august body. Thank you very much, Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Wilson?
Mr. Superintendent, may I ask Mr. Maynard, may I ask Mr. Maynard through you a question? May I ask Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Mr. Maynard said, I agree with you, Mr. Maynard. We would like to go forward. We would like to, leadership is tough. And, you know, being the president, I had to be in a leadership position, a role or two, and it's tough, very tough. Mr. Powers wants us to here and now. So I want to see what type of leader you're going to be. I'll support you 100%, but we're going to find out right now.
What's your question?
Mr. Powers, you and Ms. Kaminsky came to me and told me that Mr. Powers did not want his seat moved at all. Did not want his, am I right or wrong? This is presidency.
So I have.
He says, hey, wait a minute, Mr. Powers, wait a minute, excuse me, I'm talking. He says he doesn't lie. Right here, right now. Now, I didn't ask for it. It came to me because I was asking questions about the seating arrangement. Now, this is leadership. This is leadership. I have no reason to lie on Mr. Powers.
Gentleman is out of order.
Excuse me.
Gentleman is out of
I'm
order.
talking to
If we
Mr.
were
Maynard.
applying
I'm talking to
Robert's
Mr.
rules
Maynard.
of
I'm
order.
talking to Mr. Maynard.
Well, this is
Well,
not
then, now you can answer, Mr. Maynard.
appointed privilege.
Now-
I don't know what rules are following.
You
We
can-
don't have-
you can
We don't
answer.
have any parliamentary procedures,
See,
but
this is-
I don't know that there's anywhere in the custom of this body where one member is allowed to cross-examine
No,
another.
Thank
I
you.
don't know that Mr.
Thank you,
Maynard,
sir.
it would be
Mr.
appropriate or
Wilson is
obligation
speaking
for
right
him.
now.
Mr. Wilson
I'd like
is
to know
speaking.
with reference
Thank you.
to what,
Mr. Wilson
I
is
would like to
speaking
know
right now.
with
So-
reference to what matter of parliamentary
Mr. Wilson
procedure.
is speaking right now.
And I object
Mr.
because-
Wilson is speaking right now.
And I'm
Thank
speaking
you.
too.
No.
Mr. Wilson has the
Mr.
floor
Wilson
right
put a
now.
question to Mr. Maynard. Mr. Maynard
Mr.
has no
Wilson-
obligation to answer that question. This is
Mr.
not-
Wilson has the floor right
If Mr.
now.
Wilson is going to be I'd like the opportunity to cross-examine Lisa
Mr.
Wilson.
Wilson has the floor right
If he
now.
cross-examines.
Thank you, Mr.
if-
Superintendent.
I just want.
So,
I
Mr.
want
Maynard, like I was
want
saying.
Mr. Superintendent, I want this body to know that if Mr. Wilson is allowed to cross-examine Mr. Maynard, I must be given the concurrent right to cross-examine Lisa Wilson tonight, which I will do, and which I'm prepared to
Mr.
do, Mr.
Wilson has
Superintendent.
the floor right now. Mr.
So,
Powers,
thank you, Mr. Powers, for letting us know. Because only a liar doesn't want the truth to come out. Only a liar.
I take-
Now, all this
I take
confusion,
exception.
excuse me, sir, all this confusion, all I did was ask you a question, Mr. Maynard, through the superintendent. And now, once again, all this confusion from the treasurer. This is why he's not fit to be the treasurer. He asked the question, here and now. I presented the answer, here and now. We're not apologize to this man. I know the answer, Mr. Maynard. So, Mr. President, I don't want to put you in nothing right now because I know he lies. Bottom line. So, we can move on now, Mr. Superintendent.
Mrs. Wilson had her.
I just
hand
want
up.
to respond. Thank you, Superintendent. On April 19, 2025, Treasurer Powers stated the following: "Is there much call for someone in the Mississippi Delta to look for a job north of the Mason-Dixie line?" This statement was made with a chuckle afterwards. He posed this question in reference to our superintendent, who was explaining that the HR specialist had traveled to Mississippi for a job fair at a historically black college and university, Jackson State, that has about 95% black population. This could signify that a potential candidate has a high chance of being black. In the same update, the superintendent, the HR specialist, stated, the HR specialist went to Grand Valley State and Michigan State, both in Michigan. Treasurer Powers did not make any reference about them coming here to work. Could it be because there's a high probability that the candidate would be white? I don't know. But the Mason-Dixon line has been a known reference of slavery and free trade. Aside from all of that, why make a reference or a comment at the school board meeting where the student population is diverse? And that is my reasoning for saying what I said.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Seeing or hearing none?
Mr. Superintendent.
Yes, Mr. Maynard?
First, thank you for doing the best you can. Appreciate it. I know it's tough, having sat there with it before. I will repeat my statement. Education of our children, holding ourselves, each other accountable, holding the superintendent accountable, the rest of the administration accountable, our teachers accountable, our staff accountable, our coaches accountable, and our students accountable. And with transparency. That is how I'm moving this board forward. I am glad that everybody is, I shouldn't say glad. I'm glad that I shouldn't say glad, I keep saying glad twice, I apologize. This is necessary. Everybody needs to hear. If somebody's calling one and somebody's calling the other, it's necessary. I've sat and I've listened, and now I know a lot more of what I did not know, but I know a lot more now. So I can't about the, okay. Mr. Superintendent, I call the question.
Secretary Valerio Noak, please call the roll.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Santini?
Yes,
Mr. Wilson,
No.
Ms. Wilson,
No.
Mr. Maynard.
Yes.
Vote passes 4-2.
I move that Mr. Maynard, as president and chairman of the Board of Clintondale Community Schools, appoint a pro tem to serve as secretary. Either appoint himself if he would accept a nomination for purposes of the rest of this meeting until that vacancy is formally filled, or Ms. Valerio now, if she will accept that and the president does not want to accept that responsibility. In the event that Ms. Valerio now does not want to accept that responsibility, I will volunteer to exercise that function for the purposes of this meeting until that function is filled in my dual capacity as treasurer and secretary pro tem. If I'm not acceptable, then I would invite any other person willing to accept that nomination who is duly qualified and willing to do that on a vote of the majority. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. I request a second.
Point of order. It is the
I have
responsibility.
a motion. Can we have a second, please, before you?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. It is the responsibility of the president to make that appointment, and I will do so when I grab the gavel and get started. And most likely, I will do it on my own.
I ask through the chairman and the superintendent if Mr. Maynard is then, by his representation and his knowledge, which I hold in high esteem, in reliance on that, I will withdraw my motion as a motion that's unnecessary. So, in reliance on that representation, if it please the chair and the superintendent, I will withdraw the motion. Thank you. I have no further motions concerning board reorganization and reelection of officers. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
I will leave it to the superintendent and the president how to do the change of guard.
5-minute recess to move around.
The superintendent's requested a 5-minute recess. I think that's a great idea. We stand in recess until 8:15. Thank you. If you want, if you feel comfortable in this one,
No, this one is higher.
okay.
I just like them higher.
I know I pushed it all the way up for me so I can like not hurt my back. We ready? TV? The Clintondale Board of Education is coming out of recess at 8:17. For those of you just turning in, my name is Jared Maynard. I am the president of the Board of Education. Before I go down the agenda, I would like to take a point of personal privilege. And we're going to focus on education, accountability, and transparency. I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face. Under that, members of the Personnel Committee, I am asking that you convene a meeting and that you review the hiring policy and make changes as necessary and send that policy to the Policy Committee for review. I'm asking you to review onboarding procedures and processes, review, change, and adjust as necessary, and send that policy to the Policy Committee. I'm asking you to ascertain an update on the hiring of the CFO from the superintendent and any staff that we may be needing. I'm asking you to start a process. Oh, that's the wrong person, I'm sorry. And then at that meeting, any recommendations of the HR director and the superintendent may have for that meeting. Members of the Finance Committee, I'm asking you to convene to review the superintendent's new budget recommendations, to discuss, review, and change the reimbursement policy as necessary, to review and discuss with the superintendent the recommendations of the outgoing CFO and any other recommendations that the superintendent may have for that meeting. Members of the Policy Committee, I am asking you to convene a meeting to complete the work on the Thrun policies, to receive work from the Personnel and Finance Committee to discuss and prepare, to work and discuss on a nepotism policy, to work and discuss the school of choice policy that must come before the district. For those that do not know, we do have to have a school of choice vote whether we're opening up window 2. So that'll be part of the discussion. And any recommendations that the superintendent may hold for that meeting. And for those board members wishing to know, on the Policy Committee, it will be Mrs. Zontini, Mr. Wilson, and myself up until November 1st, and then I will be pulling myself off. My design is to just get this work done that has been lagging for a while and replace myself with somebody else. So if you have interest, please let me know, and we'll go from there. Curriculum and education, please convene a meeting, review and discuss state testing scores, review the current professional developments and how they are working with the curriculum director and the superintendent, review and discuss CTE options that could implement for the next school year or the next semester with the superintendent and the director of curriculum, and any other recommendations that the curriculum director and the superintendent may have for that meeting. Please complete this work by November 1st so that it can be handled at the first meeting in November. Board members, is there any questions on that? No? Thank you very much. Moving on to the agenda. Approval of the minutes. It is the recommendation of the superintendent and the board president that the board approve the minutes for September 8th, 2025. Excuse me, I need to stop. Mr. Powers, I have to answer you, and I apologize. For the remainder of the meeting, I am appointing Ms. Noak to continue as secretary because she's already started it. That way I can function a little better and not have to do three jobs. So
Thank you,
board
Mr.
members, I wanted to say that, and I apologize for going out of order. Next on the agenda, approval of the minutes. The superintendent and the board president recommend that the board approve the September 8th, 2025 regular board meeting minutes, the September 16th, 2025 technology committee meeting minutes, September 22nd, 2025 regular board meeting minutes, and September 29th, 2025 finance committee meeting minutes. I am looking for a motion to approve all. Board members, a motion?
I will approve.
Mrs. Noak, is there support? Is the nodding a yes, Ms. Santini?
Support.
Thank you. I didn't know you were nodding.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes.
I think I have a microphone that doesn't work. I'm not sure.
Can you press the button and tap it for me?
It doesn't have that thing on it, you know.
It doesn't have the mug. Can we take a look at that, sir? He's coming right now. If we have to pull one, we'll pull one and put it over. Thank you for telling me. I appreciate that. Okay. So the motion was made by Vice President Noak, supported by Trustee Zontini. Is there discussion? Mr. Powers?
I'd like to offer corrections to the regular board meeting minutes for the meeting of September the 8th, 2025. And then when I'm done with those, I'd like to offer corrections to the regular board meeting minutes for the board meeting taking place on September 22, 2025.
Okay. So, Mr. Powers, what are the corrections you need? And please do your best so that Mrs. Wilson can circle them and we get them fixed.
More than halfway through the September 8th, 2025 meeting, then Chairman Kaminsky volunteered that she was impeaching the use of parliamentary procedure at our meetings. So she stated halfway through the meeting that the board bylaws and policies do not speak to parliamentary procedure, and therefore there are no rules of parliamentary procedure, over which I objected, and there was some discussion. And then the meeting continued, and it was in no way clear to me what type of order, rules of order, customs, traditions, parliamentary procedure at all that we were following. At about the same time, then Chairman Kaminsky volunteered that she was impeaching the, up until that point, existing by custom, if not by written policy and bylaw, the custom and tradition and right of a single member of the board to put on the agenda in advance of a regular meeting, provided that there was a second and that it was timely communicated to the chairman, anything, and provided that it was germane to the focus and business and scope of the board's responsibilities. That was also impeached unilaterally and by surprise upon us by then Chairman Kaminsky. There's nothing in the minutes to reflect this, and I think it should show somewhere in the minutes that that did happen, as that affected a sea change in the way this board would be perceived by the then chairman to conduct itself. And it has put into great confusion exactly what rules of order, if any, what parliamentary procedure we are following, including what we are following now. The September 22nd minutes, same topic. As you may recall, as the board may recall, at that meeting, there still had not been any clarity as to what extent, if any, we were going to follow any parliamentary procedure. So I had to take it upon myself, there not being any rules, to simply ask by a show of hands, all those in favor of following Robert's rules. And I raised my hand, and it should be reflected I did. Ms. Zontini raised her hand. It should be reflected that she did. Ms. Valerio Nuck raised her hand. It should be reflected that she did. At the time that I brought that up, Ms. Kaminsky had resigned and left the building. So there were only 6 members here qualified to vote, and the other 3 members, having been offered the opportunity to raise their hands, chose not to raise their hands, so I took that as a vote in the negative from trustees Kurt Wilson, Lisa Wilson, and then Vice President Maynard. Later, so I think that needs to be reflected somewhere. It's not reflected in the September 22nd meetings, and I think that's important. However, later, and this should also be reflected, Mr. Maynard volunteered that we do follow, for that meeting only, September 22nd, Robert's Rules of Order, with the exception that Robert's Rules would take a back seat to anything that was in the bylaws and in the policy that spoke to procedural regularities, that spoke to parliamentary procedure. To the extent there was anything in the bylaws or policies that spoke to parliamentary procedure, we were to be governed by those. To the extent that those did not, there was nothing, no statement or guidance in the bylaws as to the black letter of those. Forgive me for saying black letter, that's a common legal term. I hope it doesn't offend anybody. Anyway, thereupon, with the other suggestion that the time to debate on each question of each member shall be changed from what Robert's Rules provides for, which is 10 minutes on each matter of debate to, Mr. Maynard stated a period of 3 to 5 minutes. I wasn't sure whether that meant that you had to talk for a minimum of 3 and no more than 5, or you could talk for less than 3. I read that as saying that change 10 minutes to 5 minutes. I'm not sure what 3 to 5 means. But it was said, and I believe it was voted upon, and it passed as a temporary proviso measure just for that meeting. So that was our last meeting. So I think it should be reflected in the board minutes somewhere that those two important things happened because it affected a sea change, and it puts into question our corporate action, okay? This board, one man, one vote, one woman, one vote. The chairman has only one vote, okay? We act only through corporate action, meaning a vote of the majority of the quorum there entitled to vote. If we vote to resolve something, that is corporate action, and that's all we do. If you don't have rules of procedure, if you don't have parliamentary procedure, if you don't have an adopted common understanding of what code applies, then the public will not understand what the corporate action has been. If there's not a proper motion, if it's not properly seconded, it's not properly articulated. So without, and as of this moment, I have heard nothing from anybody other than me as to the tragedy of not having adopted parliamentary procedure from this point on. So I don't know if my motion is out of order, but since it's my point of September 8th, September 22nd, I would urge upon the chairman, if I might, as part of my debate and suggestion to correct the minutes, that the chairman adopt something so that we know what we're guided by from here on out, you know, as of 8/28. Because right now, I don't have anything on the record that says that we're following any parliamentary procedure whatsoever. And if there's no parliamentary procedure, that means the only rule is there's no rules, and it's a free-for-all, it's chaos, it's prison rules. I don't mean to make any negative statements about prison rules. I'm not commenting on any parts demographic of our society about people in prison. I have clients in prison. But you've heard the common term prison rules, and I don't think that has any connotation that affects anybody in society negatively other than perhaps prisoners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Powers, thank you very much. If Mrs. Noak, Vice President Noak and Trustee Zontini are amenable to this, I would like your motion to include the removal of these two items so that they can be redone with Mr. Powers' suggestion, because those events did happen in the meeting. So I would appreciate it if the two of you would be amenable to that. Okay, so the motion now on the table is that September 16th Technology Committee and September 29th Finance Committee to be approved, and the two regular meeting minutes will come back to me, Mr. Janzarek, and Ms. Wilson to watch this tape and get Mr. Powers' suggestion in those minutes. Does that understand? Okay. With that, is there any other discussion? I'm sorry. Seeing none. Okay, Mrs. Vice President Noak, would you please take the roll?
Lisa Flammio, no. Yes. Ms. Santini?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Mrs. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes. So that motion carries 6-0, and I will get them back on the next meeting, working with both Mr. Janzarek and Mrs. Wilson. To the gentleman's point, I believe you are correct, and if it pleases the majority of the board, I would just continue with my motion from last time, 2 rounds, 3 minutes, and Robert's Rules of Order where it doesn't come, if that is, where we don't have a policy or procedure, if that is amenable to my fellow board members. Yes?
Yes.
Yes? Madam President?
Yes, it is
Or,
not amenable
Madam
to
Trustee?
me. Yeah, thank you. It is not amenable to me. I know that we should not be operating under Robert's rules. That is we have our own policies, we have our own bylaws, we have state law, so I am not amenable to that. I know it may not carry over the vote, but I will not be operating that way because that is not the appropriate way to be operating. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson. Trustee Zontini?
Is this open for discussion?
I think if we're going to have discussion, then I should lay the motion on that I laid at the last meeting, that we follow our policies and procedures, and Robert's Rules of Order comes into play where our policies and procedures aren't covered, and that we have 3 minutes to speak, 2 rounds each. That's my motion.
I second the motion.
Okay, so the motion by me, seconded by Mr. Powers. And discussion has already been had by trustee Wilson, and now Mrs. Zontini is recognized for discussion.
You already clarified for me, Mr. Maynard, what I was going to ask,
Okay,
so I'm fine. Thank you, sir.
thank you. Is there any other discussion on the matter? Hearing and seeing none, Mrs. Vice President Noak, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Santini,
Yes,
Mr. Wilson,
No.
Ms. Wilson,
No.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes.
Motion carries 4-2. Thank you, board members. We're moving to approving the bills. The superintendent and the board president recommend that the board approve the bills ending in October 3rd, 2025. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Noak. Is there support? I will support her motion. Discussion? Mr. Superintendent, is there anything in the bills? I did not see it, but forgive me. Do we have anybody that has to abstain?
No.
Thank you, sir. Any other discussions? No? Yeah, Mrs. Wilson, thank you.
Question to the superintendent. I thought I saw potential payroll. Is payroll in this run?
Not sure if payroll's in that one.
Okay, I'm going to recuse myself, but thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Vice President, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Ms. Santini,
yes,
Mr. Wilson,
Recuse myself.
Ms. Wilson,
Abstain due to familial relations.
Mr. Powers,
No.
Motion to approve the bills fails 3-1 with 2 abstentions. So we'll have to move these bills to the next meeting, Mr. Superintendent. Correspondence. The superintendent and the board president recommend that the board accept the correspondence and receive them from Shayna Gardner, Wilbur Jones, Ava McDowell, Stephen Savante, Rebecca Eastman, Elizabeth Chaser, and Christian Carpenter. And the board president offers an apology to Mr. Savante on this agenda item. Your your last name is misspelled, so I will apologize. It's spelled S-A-V. It was pointed out. Okay. It's S-E-V, but I'll make sure it gets corrected. Is there a motion to accept the correspondences?
so moved.
Lisa Valerio Noak, Vice President. Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Kirk Wilson supports. Any discussion, board members? Hearing none and seeing none, Vice President, please call the roll.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Santini,
yes,
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
and Mr. Maynard.
Yes. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much. We have no presentations here today. We have a superintendent's report. Mr. Superintendent, do you have a report for us?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Powers, please take one and pass on down. Thank you.
Thank you. For the members of the public, what we are being handed at the board table is a copy of the strategic plan. It is found on the website, just so you know, in case you don't have it here. And I will work next time so that whatever he presents to us, we can put on the big screen so everybody can see it. Mr. Superintendent?
So within our strategic plan, last time we met, I talked a little bit about what we were doing within the classrooms to impact our students and their learning. This time around, I wanted to focus on two different goals within our strategic plan. One of the goals I wanted to focus on and bring some things forward would be our student wellness and well-being. Within our student wellness and well-being, the two areas I wanted to focus on and bring some attention to with some of the work being done would be one with the classroom environment. So you'll notice on page 4, and I can have all of this put up on the website tomorrow. I'll work with Mrs. Hitchell to make sure it's available as a presentation up there, so everyone will have a chance to see it. And I just wanted to outline again for all of you the 4 domains of what we do continuously to impact student learning and instruction within the classroom. So what you're looking at there on page 4 in your packet would be the 4 domains of Charlotte Danielson. Charlotte Danielson is what we use to evaluate and observe teachers, with a big focus on domain 2, creating with that classroom environment. Within our goals here, we say we're going to focus on that classroom environment of respect and rapport to support all students. Just wanted to bring that forward. Daily, when teachers are working in their classroom, administrators are going in, focusing on that classroom environment, looking for evidence of respect and rapport, looking for opportunities of that culture, managing those classroom procedures. If you've ever been in an elementary classroom, you will know without those procedures, not much gets accomplished educationally, which is why it's such a big focus for us within what we're doing. This year alone, as you turn the page, we've already conducted 27 Cognia walkthroughs focusing on student engagement, focusing on what we're doing. So as an administrative staff, already doing 27, did over 100 of these last year. That's in addition to the classroom observations that are being done and utilized and uploaded in Frontline. As you continue to move through, you can see what's happening within the Cognia and that data. The next one we talk about is really, we said that we were going to focus on our attendance. We're going to focus on getting our students here, because classroom environment's great and everything, but if you're not here, classroom environment's not going to impact. So you'll look at that data right there. In 2023-24, at our high school, we had a daily attendance rate of 71%. So on average, 71% of our students showed up to school. You will see last year, we climbed to 74%. And starting this year, we are working at 87%.
Good.
Starting at Clintondale Middle School, 67% in 23-24. We are, last year, ended with an average of 74.5%. This year, up to 87.62. I'll take that. Yes, I agree. It's not what I'm doing. You're clapping for the teacher in the back over there. It's what she's doing every day with her classroom environment to support her students so they want to be here. It's what the administrative staff is doing every single day, welcoming those students in, building those relationships so those students want to be here. McGlennon, same thing, 90% last year, 90.8. We can round up to 91. Parker Elementary, 88% last year. Rainbow, this year, 92% this year. Last year they were at 88, 75, and 74. We have an average change from 23-24 to 24-25 of 7.43%. So we are making strides of building those classroom environments and getting our students here, because we know when they're here, we can continue to move them forward. So we'll continue to do things like what they're doing in the elementary of building those relationships with the houses in the middle school. We'll continue to push the areas that we focused on for the last year to continue to have an impact, a positive impact on those classroom environments, but also on that daily attendance rate. And we'll continue to track these throughout the course of the year. I'd like to shift our focus now to that community engagement. Areas that we said we were going to work on, areas that I heard from all of you at the end of last year was working on that community engagement. So I'd like to focus on a couple areas within there. One of them, you'll see a flyer right back over here. It's for our Mission Monday, our second Mission Monday, an opportunity for us to welcome the community in to hear what you can do to impact our school's mission. I've had staff there. I had community members there. Great dialogue and discussion last time when we met at Rainbow Early Childhood Center. I can't wait to Parker on Monday. Have a whole nother round of from 4 to 5. So as you leave here today, please make sure you take one of these with you. We will continue to have these throughout the course of the year. One of the great things that came from our first Mission Monday was a community survey, finding out what we needed to hear from them to move forward, which is right here. Happens to be right there, right over there on the table again. This is something that Mrs. Hitchell and I put together in terms of gathering information. It's the first of many. And the last little plug I wanted to talk about with community engagement is it's Stocktober. If you've ever driven on a Wednesday by Clintondale Community Schools and you see a line of cars around the middle school, it's because families are lining up within our community, some that attend school here, some that do not, to our food pantry. But we can't do that alone. So we have it's Stocktober. We've got a list of things over there of what we're looking for, from cleaning supplies to toiletries. If you know of anyone that wants to make a donation, we'd be more than happy to take it. If you're within the community and you notice these opportunities come up, please pull your car around. If we can benefit and help you to continue to build that relationship, we are here to help and work with you.
Mr. Superintendent, does that conclude your report?
I had two other things I wanted to
Okay.
talk about. One is I'm very pleased to announce that we do have a school aid budget from the state of Michigan. It was signed by the governor and we're moving forward. We had a per pupil increase. We've got some categoricals that, some that I'm happy with, some that I'm concerned about, but we'll continue to work through that. And we'll hear a presentation and we'll give a little bit more honor to them next time. But we also did, through the hard work of Veronica Kleinfeld, get an additional $1 million to close that gap of our $2.5 million water damage. So we've received $1 million in monies from our insurance and $1 million of additional money to rebuild our middle school. We're still $500,000 short, but if you look at the budget and you search Clintondale, you'll see that it's in there, and we'll do some official recognition next time. I also wanted to update everyone that we have collected a number of interviews, a number of resumes for our CFO position, and I said I'd be continuing to update you on that, and we'll be setting some interviews up here soon, which would just be the first round of many. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Superintendent, thank you for your excellent presentation and report. I do have two things for you, three actually. First, board members, leadership, leaders lead the way. I want to thank one of my business partners, Mr. Lathialdu of MKY Investments. He came through with a $493 donation, literally gave me his credit card and said I can go shopping off of this list. So I want to thank him. I got to pick up his letter and get it to him. But I want to thank him very much for that donation, and because it moves forward for us. Second, we'll have more next week, but I want to also thank you for your efforts with the fund problem that we had. It was a disaster. $1 million of insurance. We were left with $1.5 million holding the bag. It was very much a team effort. The superintendent got the letters out, told me who we sent the letters to, made my life a lot easier. I didn't have to cold call. I knew who had it, and we knew how to go about grabbing it. So I appreciate your efforts in advocating for Clintondale. It went a long way as well to get those things done, so I think you should be aware of that. And I just have 3 points for you. First, I've been made aware that the middle school entrance doesn't have a call button when nobody's there. Could you look into that for me?
Yes.
Okay, second, I've also been made aware of something, and it's a little concerning to me, because we're doing all this work on Charlotte Danielson, and we have subs. And I was told that subs don't have to attend staff meetings. Is that correct?
Depends if they're a long-term or not. So if you're like a daily substitute teacher?
It would be a no, but if you're a long-term sub, could we
We
encourage
would
our
always
building?
encourage, and we always have found ways in terms of, let's say you're a long-term guest teacher and it's a full-day professional development day, we would want to include you in there and also pay you to be that part of that. Right now, we only have one individual working in a long-term setting, though, within the entire district.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure because we're working so well on getting that classroom management, and I think the stuff that's talked there is very helpful for any long-term subs that we have. And my second portion, and if this can be discussed in the committee meeting and brought back, but the last meeting I was very, very animated and on what we need to do on our scores, third, fifth, eighth, reading and math and science, as well as our AP students. I'd like to see our numbers up this July. So are we taking a look at things like hiring a company to come in and tutor our AP students in that particular, in their particular subject matter that they're taking the test in, and within focus of terms of not material, because I'm sure our teachers are covering material. I'm talking about test taking and, you know, the skills that are associated with that particular stuff. Is that something that you're considering in your evaluation of how to increase those scores?
Absolutely, but more importantly, utilizing professional learning communities, which is within, I believe, our strategic plan of student academic growth. The whole process of professional learning community is the idea of identifying student data and taking that student data and making decisions based on it. So an opportunity to identify what we want our students to be able to learn. So you talk about AP test scores. That would be the AP teacher identifying what we want our students to be able to do, and then deliver and then collect data to assess them and move them forward. The challenge sometimes with some of those assessments is we want to take students from step number 5 and move them to maybe 25 to get ready for that test. But as we walk in and we notice the students aren't ready to be at step 5, they might be at step -10. So it's a process of moving forward. But I'm open to any suggestions in terms of working with students. I've referenced with a couple individuals as I've had conversations about students and data and tests, and the whole process of moving forward, I think we're seeing growth, which you mentioned in the last meeting, and it's really that process of turning a barge, moving down a river. This isn't something where we're going to put an oar in the water and the boat's going to instantly turn. We need everyone working together. We need everyone driving towards the same goal. If our intervention for our students is different than what we're teaching in the classroom, we're no longer an intervention. We're just supplanting what we're trying to teach our students. I think we're in a process right now where we are turning that barge. We are seeing growth. We are seeing student growth within attendance, within some of our assessments. Will it happen overnight? I wish it would. I really do. But we're not turning a rowboat. We're turning a barge down a river that's windy with a current, and sometimes a bridge in the way.
That may be falling.
That might be falling and being in the way even more. I can't tell you how proud I am of our teachers. I can't tell you how proud I am of the administrative staff, the IAs, our custodians, because all of them have to work together. Everyone's got to be on the same page of what we're doing to support our students. And I can't tell you, walking through the secondary campus, I'm so fortunate to have my office right here. I get to be in there all the time to see the interactions of the students. Can't tell you how, watching the interaction, I got a chance to visit GSRP, and I put in my weekly update to hear the amazing comments from families about some of our GSRP teachers, which explains why they're growing. Our numbers are increasing. So yes, I'm open to looking at anything to get our students to continue to be ready for that next step, which is what our mission is here at Clintondale Community Schools.
Cool. Is there any other questions for the superintendent's report? No? Thank you very much, Mr. Superintendent, for the informative report. Next item is public comment regarding business before the board. We encourage you to voice your opinion on topics on the agenda. Please stand and be recognized by the chairperson. State your name and address before commenting. To provide the opportunity for all to participate, board policy limits each individual to 3 minutes. To ensure due process and respect of individual rights, the district maintains a formal process for handling complaints against individuals. A problem involving an individual or individuals or a specific incident is best handled through administrative channels. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect for the dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comments. Speakers should be aware that if your statements violate the rights of others under the law of defamation or invasion of privacy, you may be held legally responsible. Is there any member of the public wishing for public comment on business before the board today? Okay, public comment is closed. We are now moving to regular business, new business. The superintendent and the board president recommend that the board conduct interviews for the vacant board membership position. Is there a motion to open up interviews?
So moved.
Mrs. Noak, is there support? Mrs. Zontini, is there any questions, discussion? No? Thank you very much. Please call the roll. Madam Vice President.
Ms. Lauk, yes. Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard.
Yes. Motion carries 6-0 to open up. Board members, if it pleases you, first round is any clarifying questions. Each individual will be given 3 minutes. First round is any clarifying questions you may have from their submittal. And then second round is one direct question to them that you feel needs to be asked. Is that amenable, board members? It's what we've done in the past. Okay? With that and in alphabetical order, let's see. Let me start here in alphabetical order. I believe, Mr. Jones, you are first, sir. Unless I don't know my alphabet. Thank you, Mr. Jones. You have 3 minutes for an opening statement, and then the board will go in order and ask for any clarifying questions, and then we will ask one question apiece. Are you okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Superintendent, please start his time.
I'm good. First of all, I'd like to say good afternoon, good evening, whichever one you look at it as. I'm Wilbur Jones, prior board member. Came back because I'm feeling a lot better, my body healing up, and I left some work undone here. This is my school. I graduated from here. So I still got some unfinished business to do. So, as a retired military man, I believe in chain of command. I believe that who's ever in charge, you take that and you move on and you make the best of the situation from your leaders. So I'm here tonight. Y'all already know me. Y'all know my ethnicity. You know a lot about me, most of y'all. So that's what I bring back. I haven't changed. Our kids, I've been in the community. As you know, they did the election, so I've been gone almost a year. And just talking to parents and children in the community. I like where we're going, but they still have some issues. I don't know what's gonna happen with what happened tonight with our community, but it's time to heal our community instead of taking away and demoralizing it. It's time to heal. I'm just listening to what mothers are telling me when I meet them. I've been coaching basketball and stuff, and their kids play, and they talk about Clintondale. So, you know, I believe in this community. I love this community. But, you know, we gotta do better. We gotta do better. But anyway, I don't have too much, you know, to say. But I'm here to serve. I'm here to do what's right. I'm gonna always do what's right. So, you know, whatever you need me to do, I'm here. So whatever questions you guys may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I'm going to start with Mrs. Zontini. Do you have any clarifying questions for Mr. Jones?
On
And Mrs. Zontini, if you would read.
number 8,
If you would read the question so he can respond and
sure,
and the
yes.
public knows, thank you.
okay. After review and discussion on significant issues, the board operates by a majority vote. When the majority vote is different from your position, How would you manage that situation?
You always analyze and make the best decision, period. You analyze and what you know you believe in, and you know where we're going, where we're headed, and make a I say educational decision, and move on, period.
Thank you.
So it don't have to be all drawn out, you know, we're looking for this high educational answer to something that's really simple. I support my president. I support my vice president. I support my chain of command. That's how I was taught. That's what I've been doing for 40 years. So I don't change because I come in here and the dynamic may be a little different. It don't bother me. I do what's right.
Can I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Wilson, do you have any, or Ms. Wilson, excuse me, do you have a clarifying question for Mr. George, Mr. Jones?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Jones, for coming in and being a part of this evening. I do have a few clarifying questions. Mine is going to start with number 6. What would you like to see change in the district, and how do you envision your role in that change? And my question is, what are some of the current issues that you see, and how do you see your being on the board would impact that change?
Well, my answer was really simple. It said we need to continue to progress. Education should be our main focus. We can make a meaningful impact on our students. I see my role as someone that can utilize my knowledge as a teacher, experience as a leader, in leadership, as a retired soldier to help drive change on the board level. But more importantly, I always put children first. I put the purpose first here, and then move on. So the change, we gotta maintain the purpose. What is our purpose of this board? And stay in that purpose. And if we do that, we get that unity that was talked about a little earlier. We get the camaraderie that we're supposed to have, instead of the anger and the bitterness. Shouldn't be too old for that. It's time to really push our children forward. Just as the superintendent talked about the elevation, the kids are coming to school, they're doing what they're supposed to do. It's time for us to do what we're supposed to do. Our teachers are doing it. Why the board not doing it?
Yeah.
So, you know, just put the issue where the issue is and correct it and move on.
Right. How many questions do we get? Just one? 2? Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Jones. And my second question revolves around number 9. Working effectively with other school board members and the superintendent requires skill in communication and decision-making. How do you see yourself working with other members of the leadership team? I think you've touched on that a little bit, but can you talk to your past experience working with some of the current board members?
Sure. As I, said here, decision-making, working with others, it starts with communication, period. You get your standardized SOP, operating procedures, you make yourself familiar with it, and you move forward with that. And working with others, I get along with everybody. But I like for it to be a little challenging, because we all have different ideas, in our mind. We know it goes, and we're thinking about so many different ways to make things better. But eventually, once we come to an agreement, agree to disagree, we move on. And you do it professionally. I can respect your decision, even though I don't agree with it 100%, but we're still moving forward. So, as long as we're doing that, you don't even hear nothing from me, but I agree. I'm here. So.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Okay, for 2 clarifying questions, I'm going to go to Trustee Wilson now, and then followed up by Treasurer Powers. So, Mr. Wilson, sir. Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Hello, Mr. Jones, how you doing today, sir?
Good.
Good. Number 15, do you understand the role of the superintendent?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe the superintendent's role, please?
Well, I ain't gonna make no joke. He's the CEO. He's the CEO. And we support him. If he failed, we failed. We failed him. I've never known a CEO or a general in the military to know everything. He surrounded himself with the right people to push the mission forward. So that CEO, our superintendent, we got to push him forward. If he failed, I feel like we failed. And I refuse to fail. So there's no such thing as not being transparent in everything I do. I don't have nothing to hide. So I just see him as, he's the leader. He's our leader. Let's make him great.
You get 2 questions, sir.
My other question is, number 3, Mr. Jones. What do you see as challenges facing our school district?
Membership. You know, we got so many kids going to Lance Cruz, some at Mount Clemens, Roseville. Why are all our kids leaving our community? We have to get our children back. And so far, we're doing a good job. Some of the things that the superintendent talked about. That's one. But we got a lot of work to do. We got to get out there to our parents and let them know this is the best school district for their children. So we got to get our kids back.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Treasurer Powers, any clarifying questions on the ones that were submitted?
I reserve my questions for the next round, if I may.
You only have 1 question the next round. This round, you get 2.
Pass.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Madam Vice President, do you have any clarifying questions? And as a reminder, please read the question out so people know what we're talking about.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Jones. I do have one question, and it's for question number 11. If appointed to the board, would you seek re-election when the appointment expires? You had said yes, and with no other clarification on that. And I'm just curious if you could just expound a little bit on you wanting to run again for re-election, should you get appointed tonight?
Yes, ma'am. It's just really simple. Yes, and the reason is because if I see us moving forward and we have the right nucleus that we need, why leave it? I'm young, got a lot of time, so I could sit there 10 years if we're doing what's right for our community. So, you know, that's why it's just a blank yes. I would love to be reelected and stay on this board until the right person comes along to take over. My goal is not to be there forever, but it is to be an example for others, to make them want to be there. I talk to young people that look like me all the time about why y'all not do anything in the community? Why y'all not trying to serve on the board? Y'all talking, you gotta put yourself in a position to do something for our community. And it's that time. So that be my mindset anytime I'm around a group of people that look like me. Because I know together we can make anything happen. We can accomplish anything. But when you using all that energy to go out there and piece them together or trying to get things together, that's a lot of energy that's wasted. And it shouldn't be wasted there. Shouldn't be. We've been in this world a long time. We know what's right. And You know, I heard God in a lot of conversation. You can't utilize, you want to utilize that word only when it benefits you? No. If you're going to live by that, live by that every day, 24/7. Then you don't have to worry about sleeping or that you do the right thing. Because one brother sharpens the next. It didn't say only can sharpen black people or Hispanic people. It says my brother. Iron sharpens iron. And he only as strong as we make him. And I stand by that. And if I can't do it, then I don't want to be. I want to be a part of that. No. So, that's, I hope I answered your question, but, I'm very passionate about that. This is my community. I ain't never turned my back on it. And never will. So, that's why I'm here.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions, Vice President? No. Mr. Jones, I don't have any questions. I thank you for your submittal. So we are now going to move to round two. Board members, you have one question. I'm going to start in the same order that I started last time. You have one question, and Mr. Jones has 3 minutes between your asking and him answering. So, Mrs. Zontini, do you have one question for Mr. Jones?
Well, it would be number 13. Yeah, I think he really answered it very well. But number 13 was, what do you believe are the highlights of the district?
Okay. Mr. Jones, the question from Mrs. Zontini is, what are the highlights you feel are the district? That is her one question.
When I was on the board, I thought one of our highlights, regardless of how we felt, or how many times we went up in that room and we sat there and we seen young people coming there, we had to make decisions for them. I think we did it as a unity, as a group. When we left there, regardless of what came out of it, we was confident with the decision we made. And I thought that was very, very professional and good. So a lot of people might not know, there's a good camaraderie once we get the rolling. But I mean, the other highlight would be our great teachers. I hear a lot of kids talk about their teachers from Clintondale that I associate with. I might see them on the court or whatever, and they talk very highly of their teachers, and I'm proud of that they care about their teachers like that. So, and I'm sure it's some other things, but remember when I was serving, I was kind of broke down, and it was quick going into election year. So I hope to be able to really get in there and walk the hallways and talk to the kids, things like that, and be a presence.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next question, if you give me 1 second to reset it, is Ms. Wilson, and it's 3 minutes to ask and for Mr. Wilbur to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. As you know, Clintondale District or community is a family, right? So talk a little bit about you being family-oriented, the patriarch of your family. Tell us a little bit about who you are as a family man.
Ooh. My pleasure. Y'all don't know who Lynn Jones is. It starts with her. That's my wife. 42 years I've been married. 42 years. And I ain't gonna say ups and downs. I don't never remember no downs. Because I know God blessed me with the right woman. So therefore, my children was raised by the right group, right two people. And the people I associated with were good people. So I had good kids. And if I can share that with our kids, I know we can make a difference. Because I don't walk away just because this kid going through something, I'm like, well, it ain't my problem. If I if I entertain the conversation with them, I'm gonna stick with them until we get a good solution. And that's how I've always been. I'm a family oriented. Love sports, love kids, love supporting them. Love my grandbaby. Only got one. God blessed me with one. Man, I live for them every day. I live for them. And I have a lot of love to share as a man. As a man. And the things that I've done to get to this point all pushes me towards where I'm at. From the organizations that I belong to my church, to my family. That's why I'm standing here. And Clintondale is my family. So, that's where I'm at.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wilson, 3 minutes, whatever, one question you would ask.
I do not have a question, Mr.
You do not? Okay.
Listen, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Powers, one question, 3 minutes.
And again, just for guidance, are we supposed to stick to the questionnaire? Or
No, this is-
Any question on,
Any questions?
Any one question you want to ask? Hold on, let me restart the calculator thing
thank
here.
you.
Any one question you want to ask? And the time starts.
Good evening, Mr. Jones, welcome back. It's very good to see you again.
Yes, sir.
Don't feel like you have to answer this question, but I just thought I'd throw it out there just to see if it enlightens us. What, if anything, would you do differently this time on the board than you did when you were last on the board?
Probably be more assertive into carrying out our plan, our school mission, really pushing it, being more active in the schools, not just the high school, but the elementary schools, and just serving where they need. And I'm able to do it because I'm a lot healthier. I just feel so much better. You know, 50 pounds lighter, 6 inches less, knees, legs feeling a lot better. I'm just motivated. And this is the place for me. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer Powers. Vice President Noak, 3 minutes for your one question.
First of all, Mr. Powers, thank you for asking that question, because that took it right off my plate. When the last time you were here, and I asked, in my own personal question to each of the candidates, I asked what books they would want to read if they were stranded on an island. Since I already know that answer from you, from your last time, and I can remember it, I want to ask, you talk a lot about inspiration and inspiring others and doing great things for the community and being the example. I would like to know, who would you consider your greatest hero, or someone that you look up to, whether it be a historical or someone in your own family?
My wife. My wife. Without her, I ain't here. Without her, I don't even think I would want to be here. She's very special. I know God made her just for me. She's my inspiration. Just her thought keeps me not going to the right or the left. It tells me because I need to get back home. My grandbaby, because I'm Papa. I'm the only one. So they're my motivation, life. And that ain't gonna change.
All set?
Okay, good.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Superintendent, would you start my clock so that it's all fair? 11 more. Thank you. Welcome back, man. Hi. I'm glad to see you. You know, everybody on the board knows I push for you to be returned to the board, so that's what everybody knows. My question here today is education, accountability, and not transformative, but transparency. Thank you. You heard me say that. It's time for the board to come back to that. Do you feel that you can fit in the board with that as the new guiding post?
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. You was the president when I was here. I seen the work you do. I seen the thoroughness and the compassion you had. And I'm not taking nothing away from Miss Wilson. I know the compassion she had. I know. They want to do well for the school district, just like you. So I support whoever's sitting there. I love them. I support you, Jerry, because if you're the president, I support you. And I ain't changed. I'm still the same person. You know, we talk, used to call me, we talk. You know, it was never nothing, you put no undue stress and nothing on me. It was just, you was just trying to make sure I was abreast of everything. I appreciate that. I never forget that. Ms. Zantini sat next to me all the time. We never had no problem. Mr. Larry, now, Pop, come on. I was in school with this young man. So, now it's just, you get my 110% every day. And when I can't, I'll let you know.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
That concludes your interview, Mr. Jones. I appreciate your time. And please stay seated for the rest, and we'll start moving forward.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Next up is Miss Ava McDowell. Mrs. McDowell, you're here still? Okay, yes, dear. You will be given a 3-minute introduction, the same as Mr. Jones, and then we will do clarifying questions, up to 2 per board member, and then the second round is whatever the board member would like to ask you. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Superintendent, please start her 3 minutes opening statement.
Thank you. Well, good evening, and thank you for allowing me to address you. My name is Ava McDowell. I and my daughter are both Clintondale alumni. I was a Clintondale employee from 1991 to 2002. I volunteered in the middle school and the high school until my daughter graduated in 2008, and then I turned my attention more to the community. I hold a bachelor's degree of music from Western Michigan University with majors in music therapy, music education, and a minor in gerontology. I hold a master's in education, curriculum, and instruction from Central Michigan University, and an education specialist in educational leadership from Oakland University, where I served as the Upward Bound academic coordinator for the last 11 years, following a 23-year career in pre-K through 12. In addition to my education and work experience, I have served on boards and committees pretty much since middle school. I currently serve on 3 education-related boards. I'm the immediate past president of MICAP, the Michigan Trio Association, where I've also served as tech chair, parliamentarian, secretary, president-elect, and president, and mercifully that ends next month. I'm the Legal Concerns and Constitutional Issues Chair for the Midwest Trio Association, known as the Educational Opportunity Association, where I've also served on several committees. I also am the founding president, and now just plain old board member, of the Pontiac High School Career Pathways Advisory Board. And it would be quite accurate to say that education is my passion, and I take my role as a servant leader very seriously. I believe that school boards provide resources for teachers and administrators to enhance student success, that they're the last line of recourse for parents, sometimes before they feel they have nothing left. But they're also the first line of defense when challenges arise that threaten the district and its community. Every decision made should start with one question: how does this action positively affect our students? Education is being challenged right now, from decreasing birth rates, COVID-related learning deficits, to budget cuts, and we've seen political gamesmanship at the state and federal level. Our students need and deserve a board comprised of members who put them first. I always have, and I always will put my students first. If you believe the same way, I would appreciate your support. Thank you. And I will now entertain questions.
Thank you. Ms. McDowell, for this round, it'll be up to 2 questions per member, and they will read the question to you and then ask what their clarification is. So, Mrs. Zontini, I will again start with you.
Hi, good evening. Number 4, what do you see as the roles and the responsibility of school board members?
Well, I kind of put that in my statement, but to be a support to the students, to be a support to the teachers, to be the guide and the resource that they need, and also to uphold the superintendent. In essence, the board is the engine that drives the ship that's being steered by the superintendent.
Thank you.
Any further questions? You get 2.
Does it have to pertain to?
Yes, one of the
The
16.
questions,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think I had one other, but I believe she answered it in her 3 minutes, so I'm going to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zontini. Ms. Wilson, 2 questions?
Thank you, Mrs. McDowell, and thank you for coming in tonight. My question number 1 is question number 3. What do you see as challenges facing our school district? And you had mentioned, or you had stated in your responses, funding, declining enrollment, national declining test scores. So my question to you, with your experience in board capacities, how do you see the board addressing these issues and your impact with that?
Well, with funding, and I work in a grant-funded program, so it's always, where's the money coming from? But it's also looking for additional sources, some grants, some donors that are willing to help support some of the things that are going on in the district. In terms of declining enrollment, that's a nationwide problem related to declining birth rates. But that doesn't mean that we just, say, throw up our hands and say, okay, well, numbers are going to go down. How do we guide the district in transitioning to being a small district with a lot of flexibility, which that's one of our assets, really, is that flexibility by virtue of small size. I look at some of the big districts, and it's sort of, like Frankenstein walking around, and we're just flying around, being able to adjust on the fly, like the new initiative that they're doing for classroom management. Big districts can't always do that. And then the declining test scores, I see this in my own program, is because so many schools have gone test optional, they don't see the worth. They don't see the value in the test scores. And so they don't put the effort in to try to master the skills necessary. And that's one where I think if we make those, if we help the teachers and the parents understand how to use test scores to inform instruction, that's really helpful.
Thank you. And I do have one more question. Number 7, an average month for a school board member includes about 5 scheduled meetings and perhaps another 5 school or community-related activities. In addition, there's daily email correspondence, required reading and district updates. How you fit this into your schedule, that's that question. And I read through your information and I see you have quite a bit going on, but you're dropping a few things off. You may pick up things. But I did see also that you say, you know, of course, your job comes first, may not be able to make everything, so how would this role fit into your schedule? And understanding that your job commitment, that may take you away at times, so I just want to understand that a little bit more.
Right, from the standpoint of, like, I occasionally have to be out of town for a conference.
Okay,
Usually a state conference, a regional conference, sometimes I go to the national conference. And it's possible that that conference could fall potentially on a meeting day. Doesn't mean that I wouldn't be logging in to watch wherever I am. I just wouldn't be able to physically be there, and I wanted to be, you know, transparent about that right from the beginning. There are other things that I'm going to take off, I would take off my plate in order to be able to be more available. But like if there's a daytime meeting, I can't do that because I work 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. And, you know, I'm not, it's hard because you don't want to say, well, you know, I'm going to abandon my Upward Bound students because I have to be at Clintondale, but I don't want to, you know, don't want to say, well, I have to, sorry, I have to, you know, abandon the Clintondale students because I have to be here for this. But it will be a balancing act, and it's nothing I haven't done before.
thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, 2 questions on the 16 answer things.
Yes, sir. Hello, good to see you again, Mr. McDowell. Do you understand the role of the superintendent and describe the superintendent's role, please? Question number 15.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I see the superintendent as a visionary. It's the person who sees the road ahead, or in this case, the river ahead, keeps an eye out for obstacles, makes sure that the right people are in the right places with the right tools in order to do what they need to do, and then giving them the freedom to do that. I believe that the superintendent is also the backbone of the district. They are the one that, you know, just sticking with that shipment, that whole ship, they're the one that's gonna be standing there when the winds come and, you know, with their arms out saying, no, not my district, you're not coming for me. And the strongest superintendents that I have worked with embody that.
Very good. My other question was number 3. What do you see as challenges facing our school district?
Yeah, I just answered
Was
that.
that, I'm sorry,
Yes.
I apologize. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Powers, any clarifying questions? You get 2 on the 16.
No, thank you. As with Mr. Jones, I will pass until the second round, if I might. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Vice President Noak, on the 16, you get 2. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I asked the same question of Mr. Jones. Question number 11, it said, if appointed to the board, would you seek re-election when the appointment expired? And your response was, I honestly don't know. And that sounds like someone who, plans ahead a lot. So if you can expound on that a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely. You know, I'm a realist, very much, and I understand that sometimes life happens. And I don't want to say right now that a year from now, absolutely, I'm going to run for that seat, but something happens and I can't. Now I feel like I've let the district down because I promised to do something and I can't. And I certainly wouldn't want to say, oh, no, I wouldn't run for that. Because, again, circumstances put me in a situation where I can, that it's, you know, full speed ahead. But that's a decision that I will make when the time comes to make it. I don't want to, say, no, I won't, when now I would be someone who's gone back on her word, because she said she wouldn't do it, and now she is, what's up with that? But also, I don't want to say, yes, absolutely, and then something happens and I feel like I've let the district down.
Good point. Thank you.
Mrs. McDowell, thank you so much for your questions. I don't, in your responses, I do not have any, so clarifying questions. I appreciate the thoroughness of your packet. We will now move into round two. Round two is very specific. The board members get to ask you one question, and they get 3 minutes for them to ask the question. In the same 3 minutes, you have to respond to the question. Okay? So we will start, Mr. Superintendent. Mrs. Zontini, round one, or this one question.
It would be number 5. In the challenging times that we're facing this year, why have you decided to be a part of this decision-making process?
Well, using the quote that I put in there, the only easy day was yesterday. It's something that the Navy SEALs say. And the things that I have learned in the board positions that I've held, especially serving as president of MyCap during a time when there was quite a bit of turbulence, and then continuing to serve on the board right now when the future of TRIO programs is up in the air, and trying to help guide the new president and president-elect. I have learned a lot of things that I believe that I can bring to this board, and just a different perspective on some things.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mrs. Wilson, one question. Give the superintendent a quick second here. Okay, are you ready? Okay, he's ready.
Thank you. Can you talk about some of your highlights on previous boards that you've served on?
Oh, sure. During my tenure as MyCap president, we hit a record membership. We had been languishing between 90 and 100, and when I left office, we had 141 members. We saw an increase in students applying for the MyCap scholarship. We had a record number of students attending the Student Leadership Conference. We made our national TRIO organization is something called Fair Share, where every chapter has a financial goal of fundraising and memberships that, institutional memberships to support the work that they do in representing us. And for 2 years in a row, just by making a lot of phone calls, we made our fair share goal 2 years in a row. We also began the process of reimagining our chapters, so we create a constitution and build a MyCap board that fits who our membership is, instead of trying to make our membership fit a constitution that no longer worked for it. Because there were I think there were 14 committees when we really only needed about 8. So just reimagining that, there was a lot of duplication. And currently, as the Legal Concerns and Constitutional Issues, the LCCI chair, we actually have out for review to the membership 7 motions that would take 6 ad hoc committees and make them either named subcommittees or special standing committees that will make the regional association run much more smoothly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, one question, 3 minutes.
I do not have a question.
You do not have a question? Okay.
Stay consistent.
Stay consistent, okay. Thank you for that, sir. Appreciate that. Mr. Powers, one question, 3 minutes to have it asked and answered, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, good to see you again, Ms. McDowell.
Nice to see you.
I recall you were last here, I think, in December.
Yes.
I've seen reference to TRIO and MyCap, and I apologize, I haven't had a chance to do independent research to inform myself a little bit better. But it sounds like that's something that you might be able to apply on the board to the unique or particular circumstances and needs of Clintondale. I think you mentioned, while we are a small community, we could see that not as a weakness, but more as a strength, because now we have more intimacy, we have more one-on-one, we have more, interaction, so. Can you apply the MyCap or the TRIO, your experiences that you have learned or are learning, and see to what extent you might be able to draw from those experiences to help us out on the board? And I don't know if I can get away with a two-part question, but in answering, if you could just give a little primer on what TRIO / I wasn't sure whether TRIO and MyCap are the same thing.
Yeah.
But just give a primer, and the only reason I mentioned TRIO, because you seem to refer to it several times, so it must be pretty important. But I just didn't look up TRIO on the internet, so.
I'll give
thank
you the
That's
elevator
it.
pitch.
And that's it. If at all, and if not, that's fine too. Yeah.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. TRIO is a federally funded program that serves students in grades 6 all the way through a PhD who are first generation and low income, that have a sincere desire to go to college but do not have the family support, the community history, or the really the strength of school in order to be able to go there. We work with them on academic, social, cultural, college, and career prep. So my major focus is academic, but you can't have the college and career without the academics, so I also do a lot of that. Prior to working for TRIO, I actually built an ACT/college prep program at Vista Meadows Academy that was built on the very Upward Bound program that I work in. So I was really happy to get that position because I was essentially already doing it. Just keeping in mind that students are not one-sided. They don't come in 2D, they're 3D, they're 4D really, because they live in time and space and they have aspirations, but they also have past history, and to help them to get to where they want to go.
That'll be the 3-minute mark for your answer.
Oh, okay.
10 seconds extra if you can wrap it up.
Okay, just to get them to where you want them to go, it's to understanding all the parts of what makes up a student, and then being by their side, behind them, in front of them, wherever they need you to be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Vice President, one question, 3 minutes asked
Okay.
and answered.
I will make it quick. I remember you being here before for a vacancy, and I'm pretty sure I asked you what book you would want if you were on a stranded island. So since I already know that, my question is, who is the person that you most admire, whether a historical figure or someone within your own family, and why?
Well, honestly, for me, my inspiration began with my mom. She had every challenge in the book thrown at her. She was born with bilateral cleft lip and cleft palate, so she had a lot of surgeries throughout her whole childhood. She graduated from high school 1 month shy of her 20th birthday because she was held back twice. She had a learning disability, but they didn't have special ed back then, so she had to figure things out for herself. But she never gave up. And even when in her final illness, she was still not giving up. And that that has been a guide to me in never giving up, always pushing forward. And my classroom used to be known as the P zone. Perseverance, positivity, promise, all those great words to just keep it moving. And so she really, really inspired me. She continues to inspire me. And, she's never far away. I'm always hearing her voice in my head. Just, when I get to the point where it's like, I'm just done. She's like, no, you're not. You can keep going. Get your little boat moving there, girl. And so, yeah, she's definitely, and I see a lot of her in my students because the kids that I work with are a lot like her. They've had roadblocks thrown in their way, some just by life, and some intentionally because, when you come from a low-income family, some people are intimidated by the kid who wants to go to college and they think they're going to come back different. And they try to prevent that. And so I just tell them the same thing my mom told me. Just keep it moving. Don't give up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Are you ready? Ms. McDowell, my question is simple. You were here for the whole thing at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
My goal is refocusing this board on education,
Mm-hmm.
accountability, and transparency. Where do you see yourself fitting in on that?
I'm all about that. When I was board president, MyCap president, I sent out a monthly newsletter to the members, letting them know everything that was going on in the chapter, recapping our board meetings. Anybody who asked for minutes, because they didn't really publish, they were welcome to. If we were having a virtual meeting, we encouraged everyone to be on board. When we had a couple of issues that cropped up that caused some tension on the board, the first thing I did was get on the phone and call each and every board member and listen to their perspective. Because as I tell my students, you got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Listen twice as much as you speak, because you might learn something. And I listen a lot. And when I do speak, it's because I've heard what you say. I've heard what you're saying. And I want to kind of help encapsulate everything so we can keep moving forward. But always, always, always asking that question. How is this going to be positive for our students? Because they are the focus. If it's not going to be positive for them, then I'll let you know that maybe we need to shut this down because this isn't going to be something positive for our students. Because they're always my focus.
Thank you. Ms. McDowell, thank you so much for your interview that is concluded here. Please have a seat, and then we will begin the third interview. Mr. Savanti, sir? Welcome, sir. The way the procedures will be working, you'll get a 3-minute introductory statement, and then we will begin the first round of questioning, which is up to 2 clarifications on the answers that you submitted to the questionnaire. And then the second round will be a 1 question from each board member, which you will be given, the board member plus you will be given 3 minutes to ask and answer. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. The superintendent will start your time for 3 minutes, and go ahead, sir.
My name is Steve Savani, local to this neighborhood. Besides running for school board last fall, absolutely 0 experience in any form with any of this. And other than that, moving forward, I try to be honest, kind, and straightforward. I don't know what else I can add here, so I'll go straight to the questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Our first question, Mrs. Zontini, you have 2 questions, 2 clarifying questions, up to 2, and go ahead.
Good evening. It would be number 3. What do you see as the challenges facing our school district?
Biggest one I can think of off the top of my head, besides what I witnessed earlier this evening, is we don't do anything excellent. When I talk to people from this school, they talk about what their school does that's excellent. When I talk to people that go to this school, they talk about what their school does that's excellent, and I never hear anything excellent about the Clintondale Dragons.
Thank you.
We got what, to further, like what we have to find something we do that we are excellent at, and besides, that's it.
Do you have a second question, Mrs. Zontini?
Was, I just wanted to say, oh yes, it would, number 11. If appointed to the board, would you seek reelection when the appointment expires?
Yes, I would at least do one, I don't know when this term would end, at least one after that would be my minimum.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Wilson, 2 questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sfonte, for coming in tonight. My question is around number 1. Why are you interested in serving on the Clintondale Community Schools Board of Education? And you talk about serving the children of your neighborhood. Can you talk a little bit about what that could look like as far as serving the children in the neighborhood?
Besides serving on the school board,
Yeah, that's how I
but
took it
that would be
on.
the best I could serve them, besides playing with the neighborhood children. That, like, how else could I still serve children? Besides on the school board,
Yeah.
if I'm not employed at the school?
Well, I think your question, your response was, having the opportunity to serve the children of your neighborhood could not be overlooked. So I was just wondering, like, maybe what kind of, I took it as, being in the community, serving children, so just was looking to hear a little bit more about that.
Well, yeah, I guess that's the best I could do for you on that answer.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a second question, Mrs. Wilson?
Yes, I do. Number 14, and that question is around, how can the board be more accessible to the community? And you said, board members show up to parent-teacher conferences, work as greeters, guiding parents to their classrooms. So you want to talk a little bit about how you
As
see.
far as how they could be better, like, I've gone to a lot of parent-teacher conferences, I've never once seen.
Well, just reading number 14 and your response to that, about how the board can be more accessible to the community, and those were some of the things that you
Yeah,
said.
those are ideas.
Yeah.
That I didn't really expand on, and.
Do you want to this evening?
As far as, they seem pretty self-explanatory as they go on, and I don't have the list in front of me
Okay,
but I can go as far as saying, if we show up at a parent-teacher conference, introduce yourself, this is what we're doing at Clintondale Schools, this is what we're looking to do, we appreciate you coming out and supporting your children, we're here to support your children as well. And that is something that's very simple to do, and you wouldn't have to do a lot,
got
and
it.
they would at least know who you are.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, 2 questions off the list.
Yes, sir. How you doing today, sir?
Very well, thank you.
I do have 2 questions. Number 15, do you understand the role of the superintendent? At the time of this, you wrote down, no, I do not. Did you get a chance to research that?
I've heard quite a lot on it today, and
Yes, sir.
it confused me even more.
Okay. Okay. Number 3, 3, what do you see as, I did like your answer for number 3. What do you see as the challenges facing our district? Your answer was, schools should always be safe, enjoyable, reliable, and have a sense of importance of the task at hand. I did like that answer. You have any ideas about how could we be more safer?
You know, I don't like the idea of metal detectors or more police.
Yes, sir.
The only way I could think to, without physical enforcement of rules, is to find a way to get children to work together better and to be able to, you know, like I remember in elementary school, I was friends with everybody. And then when I went to middle school, I was friends with a lot of people. And then in high school, that's where things got difficult. And I played in the sandbox with this kid. Now he's calling me names, doesn't like me. Or I was her first boyfriend in the 4th grade, and now she thinks I'm despicable. However, odd relationships happen in high school, but they seem to get very, you know, they change quickly. And if we could somehow find a way to align students to be, like, friendlier isn't really a word, but it makes sense here, to somehow support each other more. You know, if you had somebody that you're forced to hang out with, you don't like them for no specific reason. This is now Mike, he's your homework buddy, and you guys have to do your homework and whatever, Mrs. Grasso's science class. So you have to do your homework together. Either you sit down in the library for half hour after school, whatever, and this person that you generally wouldn't hang out with, not an enemy per se, and you hang out, do your homework, and now you're closer. As opposed to never sit next to that person and talk about anything at all.
Did you go to Clintondale, sir?
I did not.
Okay.
I went to
Can I
Redford
ask you-
Thurston.
I'm sorry.
Redford Thurston.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President, for letting me ask that.
Mr. Powers, 2 questions on the 16, sir?
May I pass, please, Mr. Chairman, until the next round, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Madam Vice President?
I have no question. My question was number 11, and Ms. Santini already took that one, so he's already answered it. Thank you.
Mr. Savanti, I don't have any questions. I thank you for your submittal, so we're going to move into question round 2. This round is 3 minutes. The board member has 3 minutes to ask, and in the same 3 minutes, you have to answer the question. Is that okay?
Excellent, yeah.
Thank you. Mrs. Zantini, your question?
It would be number 16. Number 16, Mr. Savanti, is what is your vision for education in this community?
It's kind of been touched on. We need to serve everybody the same way. When we're so small, we have the ability to serve niches, you know, mayhaps go with smaller classrooms with more teachers in the classrooms, put students that, you know, there's certain, like in math class, there's always gonna be 10 or 12 kids that are gonna be good at math, and there's always gonna be 10 or 12 kids that are always gonna suck. And you put them into separate classrooms where the kids that share the same struggles and the kids that excel, and makes sense in your head, and then it comes out of your mouth and it confuses you. Where you're able to get a higher student to teacher ratio is what I guess I'm leaning forward with, students that are more like each other. And the kid that is always gonna struggle in math is gonna ask a question because the kid that is always gonna do good in math isn't gonna he'll be able to ask that question without fear of somebody making fun of him or it's like, oh God, this stupid question again. And myself personally in high school, I stopped asking questions. I accepted that I was gonna fail the class and do it in summer school. And if we can have a better, like if I could just, and sometimes it's just a quick, no, that goes there. And that's all you need. You don't need to interrupt the whole class, and you have another teacher to come over and help you. That helps. I guess that's it.
Thank you.
Ready? Ms. Wilson, one question, 3 minutes.
I do not have any more questions. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Wilson?
I'm gonna stay consistent, sir. No questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Mr. Powers, 3 minutes, question asked and answered. One.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Savanti, my name is Barry Powers. It's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome here tonight. Share with us, if you will, what do you have in mind, perhaps, if you've thought it through, or want to think it through now, if you haven't thought it through? What do you think that you would enjoy most out of your experience of being on this board?
Man, judging by tonight, I can't say I would enjoy much. But I do relish the fact that there will be challenges. And the older I get, the less challenges I'm facing in life and things to overcome. And this situation certainly meets most criteria of challenge. And if I'm able to approach a challenge in a calm, consistent, respectful, and peaceful way, you're able to overcome challenges. And overcoming challenges is the best part of life. And, it's like, there was times where I felt like I was just gonna, if I just get up and walk out, I don't have to have no part of this. But then, I thought better of it, it's like, at least if I give it my best effort, I've done something. I am still interested in doing it, even though what went down earlier. So, that's the best I can say it.
Mr. Powers?
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Vice President, give the superintendent a quick thing here. One question, 3 minutes, asked and answered.
Good evening, and thank you for being here. I have the one question that I have asked of the other two candidates. I'm gonna ask you the same thing. Who is the one person, either historical or in your life, that you have looked up to the most and thought as an example in your own life, and why?
My father, he was far kinder than I'll ever be, and he put a fire in my heart to do what's right. And to be kind as often as possible and apologize as often as necessary. And I feel that would be useful here. And
Is that?
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Are we ready? Okay. Mr. Savanti, you referenced a couple of times what you saw here tonight, and the mission from this table is education, accountability, and transparency. How do you see yourself fitting in to that if you were to serve on the board?
that's exactly what I was here for. I don't have any particular interest in what happened as past, it's like it's only going forward and serving the children, serving the community. And that's my only interest moving forward. And I don't have any inclination to ever start an argument. I in fact, try not to. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. That concludes your interview for this evening. I appreciate you being a candidate and coming forward. Board members, at this point, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Let's get back here at 10:10, which is actually an 8-minute recess. Look at your notes, figure out your decisions. Use the restroom if you must, but just come back at 10:10, which is 8 minutes from now. Thank you. coming back at 10:13, having had a break. Is there a member wishing a motion?
I would. I would
Okay.
like, I would like to make the, motion to approve Ms. Ava McDowell as the person to fill the seat for the board.
Let me back up. It says, the superintendent and the board president recommend the board take nominations to appoint a board member to fill the board vacancy until the term ending December 31st, 2026.
Okay.
Is there a motion to open up the floor for nominations?
Motion.
Lisa Valeria Noak. Is there support? Okay, I will support opening nominations. Is there any discussion? Hearing none?
I
I'm
have,
sorry.
yep, thank you.
Thank you, I apologize. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I do see this candidate as having quite a bit of experience being on the board, but I do have,
Excuse me, Ms. Wilson, we have to open up nominations first.
oh, I thought you said,
No, I had to back up because I messed up.
okay, sorry,
and I
sorry, go
apologize.
ahead.
Yep. Is there any discussion on opening nominations? No? Vice President, call the roll.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Ms. Santini? Yes. Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
I guess I was a little confused there. So you opened up the
Yeah, you open up nominations first,
nominations, even,
and then we take nominations. That's the way it's written. Does that make sense to you?
no, but yes.
Okay, and Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Motion to open nominations is there. 6-0, it carries. Is there a member wishing to make a motion?
I would.
Ms. Valerio Noak?
I would like to nominate or make a motion to appoint Ms. Ava McDowell to fill the vacancy.
Is there support for Ms. McDowell? Support for Ms. McDowell?
Is there a second?
That's what I'm asking.
Oh,
Okay. That motion fails for a
Um,
second. Or did you want a second?
No second.
Okay. Mr. Powers will second. Okay. So we have a motion by Ms. Valerio Noak, and then to appoint Ava McDowell to the board, supported by Mr. Powers. Is there discussion on the motion?
I have discussion.
Ms. Wilson, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. President, you had closed it out and said it had failed, and then you allowed a board member to do a second? I'm confused. I'm actually confused on the whole process because it seemed like we had a board member nominate a person like several times. So I'm just confused here. And you did close it and say it failed. So I'm confused on why you allowed Mr. Powers to give a second after you said that. I'm just curious.
Okay, given the question from the member, and with respect to Mr. Powers, she is right, I did close for non-motion, so I will stick with that ruling and close and put the floor open for anybody who wishes to make a nomination.
I'll redo it.
Okay, whatever you guys want to do.
I would like to make a nomination for Mr. Jones.
Okay? I have a nomination by Kurt Wilson for Wilbur Jones.
I'll second.
Thank you, I got my ready, thank you. Lisa Wilson. Is there discussion on Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Sir?
I'm sorry. I think the one key component Mr. Jones brings is that he sat on the board before. He was, came up through this selection process before, and I believe he was a unanimous vote. Running for this position, you don't know what you get yourself into until you get on the board. There's a lot of different things, a lot of moving parts that really even, surprised me, even a person working in the school district for, over 20 years. I do believe, I think Ms. McDowell is very capable. I think, but before, when we were going through this process with our previous selection of Ms. Zantini, it was made known that, you know, she has previous experience. And you cannot knock that. I understand that. Previous experience on the board is important. So I'm going to see if we still gonna follow, you know, what other board members said previously. You know, so, Mr. Jones, also class, you know, graduated from Clintondale High School, also a person in the community. The only difference is that he sat on this board before. And he sat with, I believe, all of you. So I don't see how we cannot put Mr. Jones on the board. Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it.
Mr. Wilson. Ms. Wilson, as the seconder, do you have something to add?
Yes, I'll add something. I think we have two great candidates here who have demonstrated that maybe potentially they both could be on this board. I think one thing that separates Mr. Jones, for me, is the time commitment. I didn't hear him have any objections to being able to be at meetings, be at, in attendance to when we need him. And I agree with Trustee Wilson. The last go around, my only experience is one of the key areas, not only for this board, but at the ISD, when it went there, was the previous board experience. And so, and I'm following suit of what's been done in the past and how, and why I seconded Mr. Jones. In addition to, I thought he gave a great interview tonight. He showed his compassion, his love for the community, family-oriented. I don't think he could have done any better. And he has the history of being a part of this board and served in a capacity that I believe he got a 6-0. And I have not heard any one person who has served with him say any negative thing about him. And so that is the reason that I am putting my vote towards Mr. Jones. Thank you.
Any other board members wishing discussion? Mr. Powers?
Yes, I'd like to thank Mr. Savante and Mr. Jones for submitting their applications. My vote, my endorsement will be for Ms. McDowell, and I'm not quite sure if I've ever understood the process of how we nominate and cast our votes at these elections, but I, for one, am going to cast my vote for Ms. McDowell. And I think Mr. Saventi impressed us all. I can speak for myself. He certainly impressed me. It was very refreshing, his candor and his genuineness, and I applaud him for that. And I also applaud Mr. Jones. He served well the last time. He does look much better. Congratulations, Mr. Jones. You look fantastic. Let me know your secrets later on. But those are good candidates, but I just think that Ms. McDowell, boy, we'd be so lucky to have her. I mean, she is a shining star. And I think we should grab her before she changes her mind. Because she's got 37 years of experience in education, teaching at many, if not all, of the levels of K through 12, preparing children for success in college to take the college entrance exams. She's a music teacher. She's teaches other subjects. She's been a tireless volunteer in extracurricular activities. And I will say that anybody who says that they spend 100 hours a month on this job and 5 committees and no, this job shouldn't be that hard. You show up to the meetings, you be an active listener, an active participant, and we hope an active contributor to the debate, to the discussion, and then you vote as intelligently as you can. And when you're so motivated, you try to persuade others. If you're in the dissent, you don't shy away. You try to persuade the majority, but you accept the vote of the majority. If you're in the majority, you try to get unanimity. So I wouldn't be intimidated by that, and by no means should you ever have to worry about leaving a 9-to-5 job to do anything in this job. So don't be intimidated by that. But at any rate, when you look at the CV, I just think that we're compelled to cast our votes for Ms. McDowell, and I don't know how any intellectually honest person could justify not doing that. And again, that's no affront to Mr. Savanti and Mr. Jones, you know, you're fine men, fine candidates. But, you know, I think, sometimes you can be the top guy in the varsity, but when you're competing with the Cy Young Award winner in the MLB, you know, you got to go with Cy Young Award winner in the MLB, and that's certainly how I see Ms. McDowell. And I could talk for all of my 3 minutes on that until I get gavelled down. Her CV speaks for itself. And again, I want to thank all of you and applaud you. But again, I want to compliment you, particularly Ms. McDowell, on your CV. But you're not just on paper. I mean, you're the real deal, and it comes through. So again, I urge my brothers and sisters not only that we get a majority vote for Ms. McDowell, but that we make it a unanimous vote, and then we start healing and we start, you know, getting cohesion and solidarity and unity, which I've been trying to say all night long, because that's what's most important. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other board members? None? Oh, Ms. Snow?
I'll do this real quick. I served with Mr. Jones, and he is a good, fine gentleman. But I think at this moment, we need someone with a new voice and with a new, fresh ideas. Frankly, I don't see, you know, bringing on someone that's already been here to give us the same perspective that they gave us the last time. I want to see something new. I want to see new blood. So, Mr. Jones, thank you so much for coming back. I really do appreciate that. But at the same time, I regrettably, I couldn't support you coming back because I want to have someone with a fresh voice. Thank you.
Do I get to respond to that? It seemed like she was talking to me.
This is a board discussion on the nomination coming forward, so I'm sorry, sir. No. Is there any other conversations? No? Okay, please call the roll on the nomination of Mr. Wilbur Jones. Motion by Kurt Wilson, supported by Lisa Wilson.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Santini,
No.
Mr. Powers,
No.
Ms. Valerio, no? No. Mr. Maynard,
Yes, motion fails 3-3. Board members, is there a nomination?
I would like to vote Ms. McDowell again.
Second.
Thank you.
Lisa Valerio Noak, to appoint Ava Gust McDowell, and that was supported by Mr. Barry Powers. Is there discussion on this nomination?
Yeah. Since I nominated her twice, I wanted to say I was impressed by a lot of the things she wrote in her CV. I have to say that I have seen her in public too, in other forums where she has spoken about our community. She is one of the members of the South End Alliance. I believe she's the one that started the group. She is out there continuously talking about our community and talking about getting people to come together and talk about the issues and not be afraid to be saying what we want to say. She's into music, she's into education, she's been on boards. I could be like Mr. Powers and go on forever and ever, but I do have an admiration for her and for what she's done that I have seen in the past 2 years at least, and I would love to see her be part of our board. Thank you.
Mr. Powers, as the seconder, it is your turn.
Yes, I just want to restate and re-endorse what I just said. And again, I think it bears repeating. We better grab her before she changes her mind. We'd be far beyond words could express lucky or fortunate to have her. I mean, I've said this board does not sit in judgment on the superintendent because we hire him as the expert. He knows education, we don't. With her on the board, I can't say that anymore. We're going to have that asset on the board. I'm not saying that we're going to necessarily judge her competency or her opinion as superior to that of the superintendent, but she certainly will have an informed opinion, educated opinion, to say the very least. So maybe we will have a superintendent, And as long as, you know, we all respect our roles on this body, that we only work through corporate action, we're one person, one vote, we're one finger on a 7-digit finger, and that's all we are. And if 4 of those fingers don't move together, the one finger is meaningless, whether it's the chairman, the vice chairman, the president, the treasurer, or the secretary. So again, please, let's make it unanimous. Let's welcome her, and let's move ahead. Let's make it 6-0 unanimous, welcome her, put her on the board, and let's start getting some stuff done with her expertise to assist us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Is there any board member wishing comment?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes, yes, Mr. President. Ms. McDowell has a great resume. I had the pleasure of being at Pontiac High School and speaking with Ms. McDowell. She came, she had a table set up, and maybe 2-3 years ago, had a great conversation with her at the high school. I know she is a very good person. I know that. I know that. The only knock I'm going to say is that we cannot kid ourselves. We know we have committee meetings, like right now, Ms. Walms, I have a committee meeting at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Now, we can sit here and kick the can down the road, but we know there's work that has to be done in the middle of the day. And I can respect her job. I know her job. She's helping those kids at Pontiac, and I love those kids at Pontiac. I love what she's doing, you know, but I don't understand why we can't be honest with ourselves, Mr. President, from the very beginning. We know that's tough. That's a hindrance for this board. You sat down tonight and you rattled off a bunch of things that this board needs to do from our committee seats. Am I right? So I have nothing against Ms. McDowell. If Ms. McDowell's chosen, great. I'm gonna work with her. I'm gonna do all the great things. My vote is not personal, but I do know Mr. Jones sat on this board. I do know Ms. McDowell she loves her job. She does a great job at her job. But to say that I cannot make it there, we've had another board member previously that could not make it, and President Kaminsky removed her. Don't kid me about work to be done on this board, and we are not going to do the work. She's got a great resume. Yes, I know Mr. Jones is retired. If he has a meeting at 9 a.m., he will be there. I get it. So I don't understand for one selection, for one other selection, her previous time on the board was the most important thing. Now for Mr. Jones, his previous time on the board is not acceptable. This is why Clintondale gets such a bad name. See, let me tell you a secret. You cannot change the rules because you're in charge. The rules are for everybody. I don't have nothing against race, nothing. I lived in Germany 11 years. I lived in Korea for a year. Nothing. I went to Lake Shore, 1982. 2 blacks graduated. One thing Lake Shore taught me was how to identify. How to identify. We can, Mr. President, good luck with taking us forward, because I want to hear tonight. I want to hear your vote tonight. I want to hear, because I don't have to look at Mr. Jones and tell him any malarkey. I'm tired of the games. I'm tired of the games. I'm tired of the games. For Ms. Santini, when she was selected, oh my goodness, her previous experience. I'm talking.
Oh, no,
I said I'm talking.
Mr. Wilson has the floor.
Previous experience, that mattered. Went to the ISD, I talked to the guy at the ISD, and he told me, yes, Mr. Wilson, previous experience matters a lot, because the school board is unique. There's no other time you do this job but here. Now today, we flip the script. Unacceptable. unacceptable. There's only so many times that we're gonna play these games. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Is there any other board member wishing comment? Yes, Ms.
And
No.
that's why I was raising my hand. to
Okay,
recognize that.
We have second round for you. Just give me 1 second. Mrs. Zantini, do you have anything? No?
No.
Okay. Mrs. Noak.
I would like to say this, when Mr. Jones came on the board last time, if I recall correctly, I voted against him back then too. From the standpoint of, he was the only candidate that came to the podium to run. And at that time, I really wanted to see if we could get some other candidates to run, because I didn't like the fact that I had one person to pick from. That was nothing against him. At this time, I am picking someone else, and I can explain why. I look at Ava's resume, I'm totally impressed. And yes, Wilbur did, serve on the board. Yes, I got along with him. Yes, we worked well together, but as I stated before, I would like to see a new voice, a new face. And that's what it came down for me. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. Wilson?
Through you, if we have one candidate to select, it makes no sense to vote no. We need people on the board. We need to fill the seat. It was a fiasco last time. So, Mr. President, if one person is out there and we only got one person to vote for, I understand that. Voting no, I do not understand that. One person. If tonight, if we had one person to vote, we need a seventh. It's not fun sitting up here 3-3. We really understand that. But all these made-up excuses, because that's all they are. Previous experience, if he did a terrible job on the board previously, tell me now. Tell me, explain to me, if he did a terrible job on the board, explain to me now. OMA, transparency. He did a terrible job. I talked to Mr. Jones prior to running. He said, Coach, Maynard will help you out. I was scared. I was like, well, I don't know anything about the board. He said, man, Jared will help you out. Jared will help you out. He said, Jared has been to my, I understand all that. I'm just saying, what's good for one has to be good for the other. That's it. Now, people are gonna vote the way they're gonna vote, and that's understandable. But I know I'm not a hypocrite. I know how I'm gonna vote. Doesn't matter. Thank you, sir.
Okay, after you, then I would like to have round one, sir, but go ahead.
I'll yield to you, I'll wait for you.
I skipped myself for some reason.
Go ahead. Just don't forget about it.
You're unforgettable, Mr. Powers, in a very, very kind and generous way. It's never easy picking somebody. It is right. It is what we say and do matter. So why did I vote for Mr. Jones when I could have just went with everybody else? Everybody on this board and everybody listening in TV land and everybody that's sitting here today knows I have a soft spot for Wilbur Jones. I've always liked him. He was kind to me. He was respectful. And when I needed to have a reality check, he had a way of doing it where I had more respect for him. That's why I voted for Wilbur today. Because I know that leadership comes forward. Now I turn and look at Ava. I know that same leadership's going to come forward. I know it is. I also know that she shares qualities of Mr. Jones, that she is not going to be afraid, just like Mr. Jones wasn't afraid, to tell me I was wrong. She won't be afraid to tell me or anybody on this board that were right or wrong. Heck, she won't even be afraid to tell Ken. And I'm looking forward to that with 2 educational degrees possibly, just to see how that works out. But you are right. That is why I voted for Mr. Wilbur Jones, because he demonstrated leadership to me. My vote hasn't changed. I like Wilbur. Wilbur is one of the best people in our community. And it's not because he stood up there and said, I support you, Jared, we were good friends. It's because of who he was. Each time Mr. Jones applied, and I sat in this chair, he had to withdraw. And each time I read his letter, and I commended him for applying, and I commended him for his service to our country. Meant every word of it. We've got 2 candidates that are equally qualified in different ways. It's tough. We're going to have to make a lot of tough decisions. And I'm not going to relish moving forward. I know what kind of a deal this is going to be. It's going to be real tough. Education, accountability, and transparency. Education, accountability, and transparency. Everybody in the world knows what I think of Mr. Jones. Him and his wife can come over and have dinner anytime they want. I'm sure my mom will cook steaks. I don't cook well, sir, but just so you know. Same with Miss McDowell and her husband. Same with Mr. Savante and his family. Okay? Experience matters. They both have individual experience. So my vote, first and foremost, was for my conscience. And when we go to vote again, I'm going to make the same decision. Because what I will not do, I will not allow the ISD to make the appointment. I will not allow 5 people who live nowhere near our district to make an appointment for us. I will not allow it. I know for a fact there was a lot of BS going on. A fact. And it didn't matter because they picked a wonderful candidate. As you know, either one was fine. They picked a wonderful candidate. But they have their own agenda when it comes to Clintondale. And it's not the Clintondale agenda. Sorry, Mike DeVault. It's not the Clintondale agenda. Okay? I already know who was bending in his ear, and I know how Mike controls his 5-member board. So no matter what the 6 of us said the last time, it was somebody else who doesn't live here making that choice. And I stand by what I did. I voted for Wilbur because of what I said. And I'm fine with that. And when we make this next discussion, this next deal, I've listened to all of you, I've read the material, and I'm going to vote what I think is best for Clintondale, because I'm not letting any person that doesn't sit on this board make another decision for us. Period. Period. The ISD is not an option for me. It is not. That's it. We are our own. I love Mike DeVault dearly. I love his board dearly. I don't want anybody going. I don't want him watching this. But the 6 of us have to make our decision and move forward. Mr. Powers, that was my round 1. I promise to recognize you on round 2.
I haven't had any rounds yet.
Oh, I thought you had round 1 already. You were the seconder. You spoke after Lisa.
Oh, okay.
So this is round 2 for you, sir.
Yeah, all right, round 2. Article 5 of Robert's Rules of Order is on debate and decorum. Section 36 says, and I quote, decorum in debate, quote, in debate, a member must confine himself to the question before the assembly and avoid personalities. In referring to another member, he should, as much as possible, avoid using his name. rather referring to him as, quote, "the member who spoke last," end quote, or in some other way describing him. The officers of the assembly should always be referred to by their official titles. It is not allowable to arraign the motives of a member, but the nature or consequences of a measure may be condemned in strong terms. It is not the man, but the measure that is the subject of debate. So I'm glad that we have now voted ourselves governed by these rules. And I would just beg the chairman's indulgence that if any one of us starts referring to Ms. Zontini or Mr. Powers or Mr. Maynard or Jared, it's nice to be folksy, okay? But when things are,
I'm picking up what you're laying down,
when
I
things
got
are a
you.
little bit uncomfortable, this is supposed to keep it peaceful. This is supposed to keep decorum. So again, I would urge all of us members to please talk to the point, the merits of the point. And it doesn't really matter whether, if Ms. Zontini says something I disagree with, or you see something I agree with.
Sure.
It's the idea that I'm agreeing with. It's not because it came from you or Ms. Zontini or Mr. Wilson. So,
Thank you.
again, I would thank the chair and I would thank my brothers and sisters to please observe that rule of decorum. I don't see how anybody would not want to observe that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this motion? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Vice President, please call the roll.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Mr. Powers,
Wait, please restate the motion.
we are
I'm
voting
confused.
on,
For Ava,
Yeah.
to appoint Ava McDowell to the
For
board.
Ava, okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Am I being called on?
Yes,
I
you're-
vote yes.
You're the seconder.
Ms. Zontini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
No.
Ms. Wilson,
No.
Mr. Maynard.
Yes. Motion carries 4-2. I'd like to take this time to thank every candidate for coming forward and providing your interviews and your responses. Please stay involved. There's plenty of different things for you to do, and citizens can serve on our committees. So if you're still interested, let me know, and we'll see what we can do. Thank you. Ms. McDowell, could you please come forward if you're ready and willing to take the oath? I will read the oath to you, and then you will have to sign it, and then Mrs. Walmsley will turn it in for us because we have lack of a secretary. She's got to sign the top, and I got to sign the bottom. Are you set? You should do this one. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Ava Gus McDowell,
I, Ava Gus McDowell,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of this state,
and the Constitution of the state,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of member of the Board of Education for Clintondale Community Schools. Want to break that up?
Let's break that one up.
I will faithfully discharge the duties
I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of member of the Board of Education
of the office of a member Board of Education,
of Clintondale Community Schools,
Clintondale Community Schools,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Jared,
We gotta come over
you
here.
gotta do the acceptance of office too, on top.
Oh, Lord, yes, you gotta sign it. Yes, so you got a pen for me?
I know.
Okay. So you have to sign here, accepting your office, then, and then you have to sign here. No, I sign there. You sign there, acceptance of office.
Okay.
Okay. And I signed that I swore you in. I believe that's correct. And Lee will notarize this one. Oh, I think I done messed this up. Yeah, okay. I'll just go ahead and sign over there. I'll sign
I'll
it.
send it.
We have to do the paperwork. Sloppy, but it's okay. Ms. McDowell, grab your seat. would you kindly move down one so I can sit here for her first meeting? Ms. McDowell, I'm going to have you sit next to me for the first meeting. If you have any questions, just lean over. And then, once the next meeting rolls about, we'll get things together. Can I see that packet for her, please?
Oh,
Right there.
yeah, I'm gonna keep this chair till I got it.
Okay.
Where I want it.
Yep. Thank you. Here's your pen, I stole it from you.
Oh, it's like this one.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, excuse me. Okay. So I'll help you set up here for a quick second. The agenda is usually right on the top. Okay.
You hang on.
Let the record reflect that we are now a full 7-member voting body. That still requires 4 votes to pass any motion. Are you ready? Okay. And at any time you have any questions, just please lean over. I will do my best to answer them for you, and we'll go there. Number 3, consider official delegate, alternate representative for the October 23rd, 2025 MASB Delegate Assembly and identifying the candidates supported by the board. Board members, the reason for this is Ms. Kaminsky resigned from the board. I believe she was the delegate. Is that correct, Ken?
She was the alternate.
She was the alternate, and Lisa's the delegate, okay? So there needs to be another delegate, or another alternate delegate to attend the conference, and I believe this is in Traverse City, if I'm not mistaken, is it? Or is it in Lansing? Traverse City?
Yeah.
Traverse City, okay. Is there a board member who wishes to be the alternate delegate representative? Don't everybody jump at once. Anybody? Ms. Wilson? Would you like to be the alternate representative and go to Traverse City?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Powers?
No, I'm sorry, I have another commitment.
Okay. Mrs. Zontini?
What is the date again?
October 23rd.
Yeah, that is my 52nd wedding anniversary.
It's a great
so-
place to spend it,
I-
Traverse
I
City.
know, but
Look
family
at Tom, he's
has
saying
other-
yes.
Family has other plans, unfortunately. Thank
Okay,
you.
congratulations though on your
Thank you, sir.
anniversary. Mr. Wilson? No, sir? Ms. McDowell?
I'm not available.
You are not available. Okay. Board members, I will act as the alternate delegate representative if it pleases the board. I will need a motion.
I will motion it.
Motion by Lisa Valerio Noak. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Ava Gust McDowell. Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Lisa Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. McDowell?
Yes.
Ms. Santini?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
And Mr. Maynard?
No. 6-1, the motion passes. I just felt like voting no on myself. You know. It's gonna be fun, Lisa. There's gonna be good classes for us.
I guess so.
And on the 23rd is the legal course. So that'll probably be what I'll drive up there and do. There are no consent agenda items this evening, so now we will move to non-consent agenda items. Board members, I will move through this as quick as we need be. Please hang tight. If you have any questions, raise your hand to get my attention. We'll go forward. Number 1, Power School litigation resolution. The superintendent and the board president recommend the board join a nationwide lawsuit against Power School. Is there a motion to join a nationwide lawsuit?
So moved.
Ava Gus McDowell, is there support?
Support.
Support by Mr. Wilson. Any discussion? Mr. Powers, thank you.
I'm not satisfied with the proposed attorney-client fee agreement. But before we even get to that, I don't know anything about this litigation. All I know in the materials that were given to us is there's something called, quote, the Power School litigation, end quote. And then I read on, I'm sorry, I quote again, specifically MDL number 3149 in the United States District Court for the Southern District of California, the action. That is in paragraph 3 of the proposed attorney-client fee agreement. I have no idea what that is. I don't know what Power School did wrong. I don't know what our contract says. I don't know what duties that we believe they violated to us. Right now, they could be pure as snow. Pure as, trying to think of a non-controversial word for pure. But apparently snow might be controversial, so I withdraw the reference to snow. Pure. So at any rate, we don't have any statement of what this litigation involves. Or whether Power School did anything wrong. Do we have a contract with them? Did they breach the contract? Did they commit a tort against us? I have no idea. And so I don't know how it's respectful to us to say, go ahead and sign this. But we don't bother asking what it's about. I'm not even gonna show you the respect to explain what this is about. But yet, we're just gonna follow like sheep and say, yeah, let's do it. We don't even know what it's about? I don't, does anybody here know what it's about? Please, yeah, thank you.
It has to do with the data breach. Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it has to do with the data breach where student records were inadvertently made public.
So we're talking about a violation of a supposed right to privacy?
Correct.
Okay, and would the superintendent care to, through the chair, again, thank you, Ms. McDowell, again, the onus is not on you, although thank you for your intelligence. It's filling the room already, but could I, through the chair, ask the chair to either, I'm not sure who the proponent is.
The
Says here, the
superintendent.
superintendent and the board president, so I assume that means Mr. Janzarek and then President Wilson. So why is a motion made, and then when it gets to the debate, somebody who's the proponent of the motion doesn't have an obligation to explain it to other board members? We're just supposed to follow like, lemmings. I don't get it. So now I have to be the bad guy, and I have to say, how come you guys, don't explain to me, you want me to vote on something, but you don't explain to me what it's about? Thank God Mr. McDowell has done that, so I have some clue now. But I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, maybe for our agenda items going forward, that we've got a new energy here. Could we put some grounds for it? Sometimes the grounds are stated, sometimes they're not. Like, for example, the next one, Michigan Rehabilitation. Okay, then there's a note. So somebody did bother to give, I don't think my 3 minutes are up. Somebody did bother to give the grounds, the cooperative program, but this one we don't. So now maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I'm supposed to know what that is. I read the newspaper every day, but I'm not familiar with this, okay? Now, even if we want to sue, I don't care for the attorney-client fee contract because it's not advantageous to us. There's a 30% referral fee to the Troon Law Firm. Under Michigan law and ethics, the client has to be advised that we don't have an obligation to consent to a shared fee agreement, okay? And why is Troon getting a 30% fee? So basically, how it works is this law firm Krantz is going to do all the work if we do want to do this, and Krantz will get a 30% of the gross receipts coming to us. Now, if Krantz gives Troon 30% of 30%, that's 9%, that means France gets 21% and Troon gets 9% for doing nothing other than putting us in touch with France, okay? Now, why not go back to France and say, well, that sounds like a good deal. You're only going to get paid 21% regardless. So why don't you just give us 21% and let's let Troon, be thankful to continue representing us. Maybe Troon could cut us a break on this. Is it customary for attorneys to ask for referral fees? Yes. But, we have a long-standing relationship with Troon.
This is kind of a pro bono thing. We're a public entity. We're not JP Morgan Chase. Maybe Thrun could throw us a bone here and waive that referral fee. Okay, that's just one of my many objections. The other one is that it says right here that we're gonna be representing, we're not gonna be their only client. The loyalty goes to many, many other clients, of which there will be conflicts of interest, and we're waiving conflicts of interest that aren't even disclosed to us, even though it says in here, we've disclosed to you the conflicts of interest, and you accept those, okay? So, I may be dumb, but I'm not stupid, so I'm gonna vote against it, unless somebody can demonstrate otherwise why this is a prudent thing for us to do. Let's at least go back to Thrun, let's at least go back to France and renegotiate. It can't hurt to ask, and again, Thrun's laughing all the way to the bank, boy. They're getting fat and happy on all of this.
Mr. Superintendent, did you want to elaborate on the lawsuit?
I can elaborate on my weekly update, but it was very clear, it's a data breach. If you want me to go back to True and ask those questions, I'd be more than happy to.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand, Mr. Chairman, could you ask the superintendent what weekly update are you referring to?
The weekly update that goes out every Friday at 5.
Is this one that went out, or will be
Yes.
going out? Okay.
They
I
go
have
out
not
every
received
week at
one.
5.
I have not received one since October the 3rd, so I don't have that update, so that, maybe that's why I'm the ignoramus of the party. I would appreciate getting those. And I've raised many times that there's an email problem, and that if you want to send it to me, I've got 2 other email accounts, if you don't want to go on the Clintondale account. But, okay, I shouldn't
Mr.
have to
Powers.
apologize or feel defensive for not getting information.
Mr. Powers, you don't have to feel defensive and you don't have to feel any sort of way.
I'm just trying to do my job, Mr.
At
Chairman.
4:47, I received an email from you, which I have not gotten to. That email was to forward that item forward to you.
That was after sending it to the superintendent and not getting it.
Okay, thank you. What I'm going to do is make sure that the technology department is including you, because there are some things that we are all not getting. And if we're not getting weekly reports, this goes for every board member. If you're not getting a weekly report, I need to know. 501, 502, if it's not in your email,
How can I
need to
tell you
know.
what I'm not getting?
the super,
Sorry,
Mr. Powers, the superintendent just explained that it goes out at 5:01 every week. We are going to double down to make sure your email is functioning.
could you copy me at bpowers@cranbrookLawGroup.com and barryrpowers@gmail.com? That way I'll get it.
According to the superintendent who just showed me, October 14th, 5:03 PM, it was sent to powersb@clintondaleschools.net from Ken, BCC'd.
90 minutes before the meeting.
This is when you sent me the email asking me for a copy of it.
Okay, well, it's still not timely. I mean,
Okay.
There's the one from Friday, I'll pull it up right now.
I will be able to fix this problem in the coming week because I do not want anybody not having information. I know it's frustrating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I'm going to vote no.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other questions? Discussion? I understand.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Vice
I'm not saying
President.
you didn't send it, I'm just saying I didn't get it.
I know, and I can see what it is, and I'll take care of it. I'll come to your office and I'll take care of it for you. Madam,
No, that's not your responsibility.
I'm happy to help you.
There's other people that we pay to do that.
I'm happy to help you, Barry. Board member to board member. We are. Ms. Valerio Doak, please call the roll.
Ms. McDowell?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Fontini?
No.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
No,
Ms. Valerio, no? No. And Mr. Maynard?
Yes. Motion carries 4-3. Board members, item number 2, Michigan Rehabilitation Services. The superintendent and the director of special education recommend the board approve interagency cash transfer agreement between Clintondale Community Schools and the Michigan Rehabilitated Services, parentheses, MRS, for $7,000. Note, this cooperative program will provide a range of vocational experiences and support to students as they prepare to exit high school setting, and enter the labor force. Some of those activities and experiences may include job exploration counseling, works-based learning experiences, counseling and opportunities for post-secondary educational programs, workplace readiness training, and instructional and self-advocacy. Mr. Superintendent, do you have anything to add?
There's a letter in there from our special education director that explains what this is and the benefits for our students. I do believe we already have 12 students that are signed up. The $7,000 is what we pay, and there's also a fee breakdown of what we also receive from additional funds for it.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Wilson. Is there support? Support by Ava Gust McDowell, trustee McDowell. I've got to get used to that, sorry. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Vice President, call the roll.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. McDowell,
Yes.
Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio now, yes, and Mr. Maynard.
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Board. Next, number 3, Manor Cortesian Proposal. The superintendent and the board president recommend that the board approve the Manor Cortesian proposal. Manor Cortesian will provide a full range of accounting, finance, and consulting services to Clintondale Community Schools. Mr. Superintendent?
This is the group of individuals that will start to support us as we search for our CFO. As reported before, I'm in the process of attempting to fill the CFO, so this proposal may not be something we use, but if it's something we need for things like the FID that are due on November 1st and other higher level CFO activities, one of them also being an upcoming amended budget based on the state of Michigan, and they're coming out with their budget. There's a fee breakdown for what they do and how they support us. They would not be individuals like we had before that would be showing up and doing day-to-day activities as a CFO. We would just be paying them for those higher level things for the CFO duties.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
At least, Ms. Vice President Noak, is there support?
Support.
Support by Ms. McDowell. Discussion board, Mr. Powers?
I would ask the superintendent through the chair if he is inclined, what is the term of this agreement?
Mr. Superintendent, are you inclined to answer?
The term of that agreement would be the term that we need them for. I do not have a page in front of you about what that term is. This is a group that is only going to be helping us on the hours that we need them. So unlike the last individual where she was here on a permanent basis, this is just a group of people where I'm going to be reaching out to them and saying, I need help with the FID, I need help with the budget, I need help with the higher level things that a CFO does. I am currently operating as a day-to-day, working with the accountant and accounts payable, as well as the other cabinet members to continue to move that department forward.
So in other words, we're not obligated to use their services
That
at
is-
all.
that is-
It's at our will.
That is correct.
But if we do choose to use them, this is the term sheet that will govern their compensation.
Correct.
But if we use them once, we can still opt out later. At will.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Seeing no other discussion, Madam Vice President, call the roll.
Ms. Valerio now, yes. Ms. McDowell,
Yes.
Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
and Mr. Maynard.
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 4, resignation. The superintendent and the director of human resources recommend that the board approve the resignation of Rebecca Eastman as an elementary teacher effective September 26, 2025. Ms. Eastman worked for the district in 10 days. Is there a motion to accept the resignation?
Motion.
Mr. Wilson, is there support?
Support.
Support by Ms. McDowell. Discussion, seeing none. Madam Vice President, please call the roll.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. McDowell,
Yes.
Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio now, yes, and Mr. Maynard.
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 5, resignation. The superintendent and the director of human resources recommend the board approve the resignation of Elizabeth Chaser as an elementary teacher effective October 3rd, 2025. Ms. Chaser worked for the district for 4 years. Is there a motion to accept the resignation? Mr. Wilson, is there support?
Support.
Support by Ms. McDowell. Discussion, seeing none. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. McDowell,
Yes.
Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, and Mr. Maynard.
Yes, 7-0, motion carries. Thank you. 6, resignation. The superintendent and the director of human resources recommend that the board approve the resignation of Christian Carpenter as a secondary social studies teacher effective at the end of the day, October 17th, 2025. Mr. Carpenter has worked for the district for 24 years. Is there a motion to accept his resignation?
So moved.
Ms. McDowell, is there support? Support by Mr. Wilson. Discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Valerio Noak, please call the roll.
Ms. McDowell?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Santini?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, and Mr. Maynard.
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Teacher, number 7, the superintendent and the director of human resources recommend that the board approve Alexis Cassidy as an elementary school teacher effective immediately, contingent upon fingerprints, records check, and physical. The rate of pay will be $39,664, which is step 1 of the BA salary schedule, prorated to the number of days worked in the 2025-2026 school year. Is there a motion to hire Ms. Cassidy?
So moved.
Ms. McDowell, is there support? Mr. Wilson. Discussion?
I'm sorry, what elementary school should be in?
I believe Lee is,
McGlynn and Elm.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I'll say, I actually had the opportunity to meet, oh, sorry,
Gotta turn the red button on. There you go.
not used to these. I actually had the opportunity to meet Ms. Cassidy when she was a student at Oakland University, and she was a wonderful young woman. I think we've definitely got a good one.
And I concur with you. I spent time contacting the references today, and I had very wonderful references from Romeo Schools as well as Oakland University. So I do think this one, the HR department hit out of the park. Hearing none, Ms. Valerio Noak, please call the roll.
Ms. McDowell?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Santini?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, and Mr. Maynard.
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Board members, the next item is the addendum that was requested by the HR director and the superintendent. Speech and language pathologist agreement is recommended by the superintendent and the director of special education that the board approve the agreement between Clintondale Community Schools and Jamie Brackens for speech and language services to our secondary students. The agreement provides for up to 30 hours per week at $120 an hour. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Vice President Noak, is there support?
Support.
Support by Ms. McDowell. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll, Madam Vice President.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. McDowell?
Yes.
Ms. Santini?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
No.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes, motion carries 6-1. Thank you, board members. We are now at the process of general public comment on items not on the agenda. We encourage you to voice your opinion on topics not on the agenda. Please stand and be recognized by the chairperson. State your name and address before commenting to provide the opportunity for all to participate. Board policy limits each individual to 3 minutes to ensure due process and respect of individual rights. The district maintains a formal process for handling complaints against individuals. A problem involving an individual or individuals or a specific incident is best handled through administrative channels. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect for the dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comments. Speakers should be aware that if your statements violate the rights of others under the law of defamation or invasion of privacy, you may be held legally responsible. Is there anybody wishing for public comment? Sir, state your name for the record.
D.L. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. You have 3 minutes.
These meetings have been something else, particularly in this majority black school district when it comes to student population, which is governed by a majority white board, a board which by your obvious allegiances is bent on keeping this majority white board supermajority white. But since all of you are elected, how is that to be accomplished? I see the accomplishment taking place by the strategy of verbal harassment. To harass and harass and harass. And so it's evident by the most recent meetings, the strategy works. It works by turning on the lights. Some megalomaniacal personality, also a bully, has mastered that art, even teaching it to his board allies, who said, if you remember, when I turn on the lights, cockroaches flew. And if he has to use quotes from George Bernard Shaw to get the cockroaches to flee, he will. If he has to fabricate adulterous allegations that could potentially destroy marriages, he will. If he has to draw in an entire Clinton Township Police Department to investigate frivolous charges that could have been resolved in-house, he will. Evidently, then, it works because sustained, unrelenting, verbal harassment works. The goal being to get cockroaches to flee. I'm going to digest these board meetings that I didn't attend and have now returned to. I'm going to study them. I'm going to study this masterful art form of how do you get elected officers, that is, only if they are cockroaches to flee. So it seems to me that racism has metastasized in this district, resides here in a majority black school district when it comes to student population, rearing its head on a majority white board that wants to do everything that it can to stay that way, which has mastered the art of how to hang strange fruit on poplar trees. Ms. Wilson, you're gone. The light shines on you.
Please keep your comments directed to the chair.
Through the chair. The light shines on you. You need to be super careful because you're in somebody's crosshairs.
Is there anybody else wishing public comment this evening? Please state your name for the record and your address.
Jay Blasius, 35100 Little Mac, sometimes on Tuesdays. I'm talking on behalf of the C Club. We have secured our night at the races this year. We're going to go back old school. If everybody remembers the old Sicaro House, which is the Premier Center now at 16 and Groesbeck. That'll be the last Friday in February, which will be February 27th. I'm hoping that all you board members will participate and actually recruit some community members, which is close by. It's in our backyard. Number two, we're going to be opening up the Athletic Hall of Fame nominations. It'll start tomorrow and it'll end March 26th. So everybody will have 6 months. Oh, sorry.
You're too close.
Everybody will have 6 months to get their nomination in. So if you know of anybody, you're more than welcome to nominate somebody. You have to be a graduate from Clintondale. You can't just pick somebody out of the sky, you know. It has to be from Clintondale, or if they've been a coach in the past here. Other than that, thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing for public comment? Sir, please come to the podium and state your name.
Yes, Wilbur Jones, 33711 Gates, Clinton Township, Michigan. Just would like to say, it kind of made me feel like I was stupid today when y'all say about education on this board, a requirement all of a sudden. I have a master's degree, marriage and family counseling. I taught at Pontiac High School 20 years, sending kids graduate, get them to graduate was important, let alone to college. They didn't even want to be in school. 20 years I dealt that. You talk about leadership, discipline, I did that. But y'all try to make me feel like I'm dumb. Education, I got a bachelor's degree in psychology. I know what I'm doing, but sometimes it's not good to talk. Sometimes it's just good to listen and make things happen. You say, we need fresh 30, 20, 15, 17 years. So who the one need to be removed? When you talk about fresh, I love my community. I love these kids here. I'm connected to them. But if people listening to this, they would think that nobody give a darn about them or that we're wrong. I chose the board to come. I'm retired. I don't go to work. This is what I wanted to do. And I appreciate every one of y'all up there, I really do, because y'all enlightened me a little bit today. Amen. My wife told me, but I said, no, I'm going up there. We got to do better, Clintondale. We got to do better. I got a grandbaby in your school district. It means something to me. Don't take personal stuff out on someone because of racism. That's what it makes it look like. Amen. And I'm not saying y'all racist. I'm just saying that's what it looked like. And that's why so many people in the community is so upset about Clintondale. All black basketball team. How many black teachers we got here? Amen. But I'm just saying, y'all quit judging people because they don't talk a lot. I know what change is. I was in Pontiac School District when it changed. But I appreciate everybody sitting here, Ms. Santini, Mr. Larry O'Donnell, Jared, Mr. Powers, every one of y'all sitting here, especially that superintendent. Sir, thank you for everything you do. Thank you.
Is there any other members of the public wishing to have a moment of time? No? All right, board members, before we adjourn, I just want to let you know of something positive. Our board representative, Kurt Violet, I keep calling him Kurt Wilson too, is running his last cross-country race on the 28th of this month. If you see him in the hallway or you see him on the way, tell him 550. 550. Just keep it in his head, positive 550, you know you can do it. With that, motion to adjourn. Anybody?
So moved.
Ms. McDowell, support?
Second.
Second. Mr. Powers, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Nay? Meeting adjourned at